Welcome to the Complete Intro to React. This is the 8th revision of the Complete Intro to React. We do our best here at Frontend Masters to keep everything nice and fresh and up to date. So you definitely do not have to have taken version 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1. Maybe 1. No, I'm just kidding. Don't take 1. That's, God, how long ago was that? That was years and years and years ago. So no, you can start here on version 8. That's totally fine. If you want to hop over to react-v8.holt.courses, that will take you to this website. You can also always just put in react.holt.courses, but that will take you to the latest one. So if you're watching this course later and version 9 has come out, this will take you to version 9, whereas version 8 will always take you to this website here. So let's dive into it a little bit. Let me explain to you first of all how this course website works a little bit. So if you go here and I click on this, you can see I clicked on under the welcome section and the introduction lesson. It'll say that up here on the top right. So if you're watching this later and you don't know what part of the site I'm on, you can always look in that top right and it'll tell you where you are. And then you can always click on this Watch on Frontend Masters. This will take you to the videos on Frontend Masters so you can follow along. This course website itself is open source and free and online forever. Very grateful to Frontend Masters for letting me open source these materials. Not everyone has the opportunity to watch these videos, but this is very shareable, right? So feel free to share this with your colleagues and teammates and things like that. So let's talk about the methodology of this class, why I teach it this way. Obviously, I've taught this 8 times now. Actually, 9 times. I had to redo it once because API problems, but we don't want to talk about that right now. I don't want to talk about that right now. Hopefully that doesn't happen today. It won't. We'll be fine. I started writing React, I think in 2014. I actually have a link to the tweet that I tweeted once upon a time about when Reddit launched their very first React code, which I did. That was back when it was before React was cool. Like you know, like how people talk about how they liked bands before you did. I liked React before you did. It's fine. It's fine. I'm cool. That's probably the lamest flex I've ever done. And I've probably had lamer flexes, but that's a pretty lame flex, or dumb flex rather. Yeah. So when I started teaching these courses, it was all very much like, I felt like it was like, you know, draw the owl, right? Where there's like a circle and then the rest of the owl, right? It felt very much like that, and I didn't like that, so I wanted to go through and actually explain to you step by step everything in React. I'm a big proponent, as someone that's worked in dev tools for a very long time, of understanding the tool that you're using, because like when a tool introduces complexity, you start to resent the tool unless you understand what the tool is doing for you, right? If you understand the complexity that your tool is solving for you, then you love your tools as opposed to hating your tools, right? So we're going to be writing literally like in a script tag React, right, with no build tools or anything like that, and then we'll just build on tools after that. We will not use Create React App, which is an awesome tool for someone to get started, but it's a lot of complexity to introduce all at once. People are like, I hate Create React App, until you understand what Create React App does for you, in which case you love Create React App. So that's basically it. We're going to build our own Create React App basically throughout this, and then we're going to end up building this pet adoption app throughout the entire course here. So hopefully this course is for you. It's for anyone that wants to know React better. This course assumes like a base level amount of JavaScript. This is not a JavaScript course. There's JavaScript courses on Frontend Masters, a few of which I teach. In fact, yeah, you can go to the boot camp, and this is a good way to get started as well if that's really where you need to start here. You can take this after that. This class shares much of the structures of V5, V6, and V7. I had a major revision around there. And I was really happy with that flow of the course. So this is really an update to V7. You know, there's some new things in here like React Query and React Toolkit and some other things like that. But for the most part, the general flow is very similar to V7. Some setup notes here. This course has been tested both on Mac OS and Windows, and I'm positive it works as well on Linux. I'm going to recommend that you have 8 gigs of RAM. That'll make everything run real smoothly. If you have 4 gigs, this will still work. It's just you're probably going to go a little bit slower. Make sure you have Node.js installed. We will be using Node almost immediately. I did test this on 14, but I'm going to say I prefer that you're on 16 for this course. And if you're watching the videos later, probably 18. So, but this has been tested on 14. Everything in here should work on 14. I would guess this would probably work on 12, but don't do that, please. I think 12 is actually, as of right now, deprecated, so just don't do it. You do not have to use VS Code, though I will be showing you some VS Code tips and tricks along the way. I used to work on VS Code, so it's just kind of ingrained in me now. People always ask me what my setup is here, so I have Mona Lisa for my fault, or Mona Lisa, which is not a free code, but I do have ligatures enabled. You'll see sometimes my glyphs like combine with each other. Like you'll have like a double equals, it's like a really long equals, things like that. That's called a ligature. I left some notes in here on how to enable that. And if you want that on a free font, I'm going to suggest Cascadia Code, which is the free font that Microsoft puts out. I use Dark Plus, just the normal VS Code theme. I haven't found one that I like better. Though sometimes I do use Sarah Drasner's Night Owl. I use iTerm 2. I use just the built-in macOS terminal now because it seems to be faster. So, and then I use VS Code icons. So if you see like all the cool icons I have in my VS Code, it's from VS Code icons. I think that's really all that's interesting about my setup. If you have questions about it, let me know. I just try and preempt that because it's always like the first dozen questions I get asked are about what's this, what's that, where'd you get this? So I try and answer that before people have it. Where to file issues, this site itself is open source. So I think if you just click here, this will take you to the issues. So all the lessons are just like in here. So if you see like spelling errors or, even worse, like actual errors in stuff I'm teaching, please just open an issue, open a pull request. It's open source software, so feel free to share that. So, and the reason why I ask you to put these stuff on GitHub as opposed to just messaging me is if you have this issue, somebody else has this issue. So if it's on GitHub, that means Google can crawl it and then people can Google it and they can find the answer to your question that someone else is going to have later. Okay. So, who am I? My name's Brian. Hi, Brian. I'm a product manager at Stripe. I've been an engineer for like a decade, so like I'm not just like a business school grad that decided to like teach courses. This is stuff I've done a long time in my career, and then eventually I decided I wanted to build the tools that help developers. So I became a product manager, so I can kind of work on those things. I still write a lot of code in the course of my day job. At the moment, I manage all the developer tools for Stripe, so I own the VS Code extension, the CLI, all the Stripe server-side SDKs. So like if you're writing Stripe and Node.js together, that's the SDKs that I get to work on. Before that, I worked on VS Code itself. I worked on Azure. I was the JavaScript lead for Azure. And then I spent like a decade as an engineer at like Netflix, Reddit, LinkedIn, some other startups. So I've written a lot of React. Oh yeah, so this tweet here, see if it'll come up. So this is me, Brian, and you can see I wrote this from Salt Lake in July 20th, 2014. This is when I launched my very first React code. It actually made it to the React blog because back then they didn't have very many people that had it in production, right? It was basically like us and Khan Academy and Facebook, maybe a couple of others. So it was a deal. And I kind of just fell in love with it after that in the sense of it allowed me to write code that was very explicit, right? I could see the flow of data going through my app, and that was really appealing because I could then hand this app over to someone else and be like, oh, okay, I see where everything is going. And I was coming from a world of AngularJS, like version 1 of AngularJS, where everything was very black magic, right? And it just like, it came from all sorts of directions. It was very hard to follow where your data and mutations came from, right? So I kind of just stuck with it. I think now there's a lot of great frameworks out there. I still teach React, I still use React, and I still love it, but there's great things out there like Solid.js is awesome, New Angular is awesome, Vue, Svelte. I think they're all definitely have their merits as well. So if you want to get into an argument about frameworks with me, I'm not going to argue with you. I was like, that is also very cool. So Yeah, so I mean, I've been using this for nearly a decade, which is basically eternity in web development terms, right? So I write a lot of stuff for Frontend Masters. I think this is like, I can't even remember how many times I've been here. It's probably like close to my 30th time here teaching at Frontend Masters. I don't even know. I can't count that high. I live in Seattle. My favorite things to do, I like to travel. I mean, when I can now, right? I have a kid now. He's 10 months old. He's very cute. Thank you. And in my free time, sometimes I get on a Peloton. I play Dota very poorly, and I drink either scotches and IPAs and coffee. That's me. Hi, me. Feel free to catch up with me on social media. I left my links on here. I'm the worst at responding to DMs, so if you send me a DM, there's like a 90% chance I won't respond because there's just too many and I get overwhelmed, then I close the window. That's just true. And just one vanity request here, if you could star the repo, that would make my day. So you just click this little guy up here. Okay, and then I think there are 2 repos for this website. So there's the website you're currently on, which is this one I showed you up here, which says Complete Intro to React V8. There is a second repo, which is the example project. So if you click on this one, which is CITR-V8-project, this is all like the various different click stops that we're going to go through, or the milestones. So you can see here we're going to do no frills React and JS tools and stuff like that. If you fall behind, or if you're confused about something that's breaking that you don't expect to break, you can just hop back in here and you can look at the last milestone that we reached, and in each one of these is like a complete version of the class up until that point, right? So you can use like a diff tool to see what's different, right? So like, for example, I use this one called Kaleidoscope, and you can pull up the project here. I have it here. So if I want to see the difference between like, you know, V5 or step 5 here, and I can drive 6 here, this will actually show me all the different here. So I can see like this file is new, I can click on this one, and then it'll show me like all the differences between the various different files. I'm using one Kaleidoscope. I think it's like $80, so it's unfortunately not cheap. But I think SourceTree and some other programs will do this for you. I think even you can convince Git diff tool to do this for you if you really want to try hard enough. So that's why I do this in this kind of fashion, so you can compare what's changing over time. And so all the ones that have numbers here at the front, these are all for the complete intro to React. All these ones without numbers here down at the bottom, these are going to be for intermediate React, which is the second course in this series. Does that make sense to everybody how that's kind of arranged? We're going to be starting totally from scratch, so I'll invite you to just go clone this repo, but if you follow along with the class, you shouldn't necessarily have to use this, but it's there if you want it. And just to show you, at the bottom here of every single lesson, or not every single, but some of the lessons, you'll see this like checkered flag. That's an indication to you that we've reached one of the milestones, right? And it's always at the bottom. It'll always tell you the name of it, and it'll always link you directly to where that folder is in the project. I have this website up here. Literally, you can see here I have 2 computers. Literally, this computer, I just have this up. So this is basically all of my course notes, right? So I'm always just going through here, making sure I'm hitting all of my talking points. You can basically teach yourself this workshop by just reading my website, because it's literally what I'm doing here. What is new from V7 in this course? This course goes from V7 used Parcel. This will use Vite, which is a different build system. The React community has kind of moved in another direction. I try and teach things that I believe in, and I also try and teach things that I think are going to be most useful to you. That's kind of the Venn diagram of stuff in the course. Personally, I still use Parcel. I love Parcel. It's the best developer experience tool for build systems. V7 uses it, V6, V5. I've used Parcel for a long time. But the React community has moved on. They moved to Vite. Vite is still awesome. Vite is from the same people that do Vue. Great tool. Basically is good. So that changed. I've just updated some things to work a little bit better. I'm trying to remember exactly. We talked about React Query. That's probably the biggest addition to V8 that was not in V7, which is just a new tool for doing like fetching and requests and stuff like that. Basically, everybody uses it now, and it's a great tool. So I use it. So I believe in it. We talk more about uncontrolled forms than we did in V7. I'm trying to think if I cut anything out. I'm sure I did. Oh, and then just in general, this is version 18 of React as opposed to version 7 of this course taught version 17. That was the biggest impetus for me to coming back, was just to cover all the new React 18 stuff. The more advanced features of React 18 we actually cover in intermediate, so a lot of that doesn't permeate too much into the complete intro, but there are a couple things that will come directly from version 18. So click on Pure React here, and we're just going to start by writing just React. There's going to be like no build tool between us. It's just going to be script tags and HTML. That's really all we're going to do up front. So I'm just going to create this on my desktop. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it Adopt Me, which is the name of the project. We're going to be writing a pet adoption app. It's adorable. Drag that into VS Code. You can see here I just have my Adopt Me folder here. And then I'm going to create a file inside of that called source, which is where, or src, which is where I'm going to put all of my HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Create a file inside of the source directory, call that index.html. And then inside of index.html, we're going to put some basic HTML. So in VS Code here, we can use a thing called Emmet. This is available in Sublime and TextMate and Vim as well. But I'm just going to, if you put HTML:5 and then you hit tab, you'll get this like bare bones set of HTML. You can get rid of this I equals edge equivalence because that doesn't really do anything anymore. And then instead of calling this document, I'm going to call it Adopt Me. And this is version 8 of the course. Okay. Here in the body, we're going to put a div with the ID equal to root. And I'm going to put something in here like not rendered. Because if we see this, not rendered, we know that our React app, for whatever reason, didn't render, right? And we'll replace this text here. Okay, and then here we're going to put 2 script tags. I'm just going to copy this from my notes here because it's long enough that I always get the URLs wrong. So I'm going to copy paste this to that. So React 18 to UMD, the universal module. So this is going to make React universally available like as a global variable. This is not how we're going to finish our app. This is just so we can get started, right? We're going to grab React and React DOM. React is the API part of the library, and React DOM is the actual what's going to render it to the DOM. The reason why they split this out is because there's React Native, there's React 360, there's a bunch of different renderers for React, and React is like the developer surface area, and then React DOM is what's actually doing the part that talks to the DOM, right? So the React DOM is actually the much larger part of the library. React itself is much smaller, and this is shared amongst React Native and all those other ones. Okay, and then after these 2 script tags, I want you to put a script tag here, and we are going to write JavaScript directly here. Okay, so I want you to come back over to your browser. We're just going to Command O or Control O or File Open, right? File, open file. And I put this on my desktop. Adopt Me, source, index.html. And so you're going to see here. Did I not save this? I didn't save it. Okay, now save it, refresh it. You can see here it says not rendered. You can look here in my network tab, and I have, let's see if I can make that a little bit bigger, index, and then you can see React development and React.dom development are both coming in just fine. So, and then here in my console, you can see that I have React available, and I have React DOM available right there. This is always my favorite thing right here. Secret internals do not use or you will be fired. It's been there for years now. And obviously React was written by Facebook, right? And so they put some like internal things in there so they can track certain things or test different things. And there's always a big temptation to mess around with the internals. And apparently they're just very, very upfront to the other Facebook employees. Don't mess with this or it's going to break soon, right? I've been told that it's a joke. You won't be fired, but your stuff will break. And then you can see our beautiful not rendered there. So pretty standard HTML5 document. We're adding a root div. We have 2 script tags. And the last script tag is where we're going to put our code. We're going to put a little bit of code in there, and then eventually we're just going to move it into another file. And let's go grab our styles really quick. So not a CSS course. There's lots of great CSS resources on Frontend Masters. This ain't it. So I want you to just go click. I have a link here in this blue box where it says click here, click that, and just Command A, Command C, copy and paste everything in this file into another file in here called style.css, paste, save. I do not assert that this is good CSS or that anything you should copy or even look at. Please just close the file and pretend that it's not there anymore. No, I mean, it's fine. It's not a CSS course. If you follow all of my class names and stuff like that, you will get all of your style for free. Again, we don't want to write CSS in the course of this class. So up here in your head, please put a link to /style.css. And this I meant to put inside the source directory. Yeah, there you go. So index.html and style.css are both inside of the source directory. So now if you refresh the page, you can see we have our beautiful little background. Yeah, there is some custom art for this website done by Alice Brereton. It's great, including our nice little background. Yeah, and if you really feel like, I think there's several available styles here. So you have wallpaper B here. I think if you switch this to like wallpaper A, you can see it's a nice more muted tone, or wallpaper C, I think is black and white. Yeah, so whatever one you feel like. I might stick with C. No, let's do B because that's actually the one that's defaultly in there. But you can change it to whatever you want. So in your script tag, let us go write, what is this, like 10 lines of code, and we'll have rendered our first React app. So first thing we're going to make a variable called app. It's important that it's capitalized, capital A. You're always going to capitalize your components. And we're going to make a function here. And we're going to return react.createElement. It's going to be a div. And then inside of that, here you can either put null or you can put empty object. That's kind of up to you. I'm going to put empty object. And then we're going to do react.createElement again. So same call as that we did up here, but we're going to put an h1. Again, another empty object. And then we're going to put some text here of adopt me or something like that. Okay, so now we have this function that returns the results of whatever react.createElement does. So first couple of things here. The first thing that we're putting here with is what kind of element we're putting in here, right? So this is going to be a div. As you might imagine, if I put a p here, it's going to be a p element. If I put a x custom element, right, if we're doing web components, it's going to put literally whatever you put here, right? I can put, something not real, and it's going to try and do that, right? In theory, I guess you could do this render XML if you really wanted to. Please don't. But in theory, it would work, right? So we're going to have a div. And as you can see here, we're doing an h1 down there, right? So that's this. the null or the empty object here, this is going to be whatever attributes that you're handing down to this. So if I wanted to have a ID here of, my ID or something like that, right? This is going to be whatever you put on the HTML element. So you could have a style tag, you could have a class name, right? All those things are valid here. We're not putting anything, so you have to give it something there, right? We're giving it an empty object, but that could have been null. Both of those essentially mean the same thing to React. And then the third thing that you give it here is the children, right? So whatever it's going to go inside, it's, HTML is, nested, right? You have a head tag, and inside of that, there's a title tag, right? So whatever you put in here is going to be whatever goes inside of that HTML. So we're going to have a div. Inside of that div is an h1. And inside of that h1 is just raw text, adopt me. So that's all create element does. It's just printing brand new HTML tags for you. I mentioned ligatures earlier in the course. Some of you might be looking at like, that's not real. There's no such thing as an arrow tag like that, right? It really is just an equals and an angle bracket put together, and then my font combines them into a fat looking arrow. That is what a ligature does. There's a bunch of them in here. If you have any questions about what they are, just be sure to let me know. There's like double equals, triple equals, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, things like that. For the most part, it just helps you have less cognitive noise. I think that's the theory. In reality, to me, it's the same, right? I just think it's pretty, which I like pretty things, so I keep doing it. Okay, so app is always capitalized. You always capitalize your components. That's actually not just like a good idea. It's actually required. We'll get into that when we get into JSX, but for now, just believe me, you do need to capitalize app here. Okay, so now I have a function, but I'm not using it yet. It's not doing anything, right? Basically, like I've created this rubber stamp, right? And I have this like lovely rubber stamp that's ready to stamp things, but I haven't actually stamped it yet. All I've done is I've given you the rubber stamp. It's like, I have a rubber stamp, and you're like, what do I do with the rubber stamp? I need to go use it, right? I've created a new type of class. If you're familiar with like Java or even ES6 classes or things like that, but I haven't actually instantiated it anywhere. So let's go stamp something, right? Let's go make something. Okay, so I'm going to have const container equals document dot get element by ID, and we're going to go grab root up here, right? This one up here. Doesn't have to be called root. You can call it whatever you want. I think that's just kind of, most people tend to call it root. Const root equals react DOM dot create root, and then we're going to give it the container. Yes, you can directly put this in here as well. That's totally fine. It's nice to keep a handle on container and on root, but that's really up to you how you choose to do that. And then we're going to say root.render react.createElement app. All right, so just to make sure that I'm not fibbing to you, now we should go over and what do we expect to see? We expect to see a div, and inside of that div, we're going to expect to see an h1. And inside of h1, it would say adopt me, but I think it actually replaces with an image because of the CSS. It does. But if you inspect the image here, you can see it actually is an h1, and I just mess with the background image here, which I have as adopt me. Let's talk about create element. Notice that we use create element again here, but we're not giving it like a string like we did here or here, but we're actually giving it a component. This is kind of like the trick of React. If you give it text, it's just going to render that directly as the tag name. Again, if I did like not a div and I refresh here and I inspect here, you can see it actually outputs here not a div. So whatever you put in that text there, it's just going to like, all right, that's the kind of tag you wanted. I'm just going to do it. It doesn't ask you any questions there. But if you give it a component like this, like a function that creates more elements, it'll actually go and render that out, right? So we're kind of getting at what the magic of React is, right? I create components that are made up of other components that are made up of other components that are made up of other components, right? So it's just you get these reusable rubber stamps that then stamp other rubber stamps, which sounds awesome now that I think about it. I have a startup idea. I'm just kidding, that sounds like a dumb idea. But that's the idea here, is we now have these really cool, useful, reusable components, right? You can make a really fancy input, and then you can you can make a fancy form that is made up of fancy inputs, and then you can have a page that's made up of fancy forms, right? You can see that it expands bigger and bigger, and you get these bigger macro components that are made up of micro components, right? That's the idea. You might wonder what happened to the other two things here. Well, these other two things are optional, the attributes and the children. This has no children, it has no attributes, so I don't have to put anything, but you absolutely can give it an empty object and, I don't know, null here or something like that. You can, you don't need to, right? So if I refresh this, it has no attributes being passed into it, and it has no children. You don't really need to know most of this stuff of the arity of how this create element function works. I'm going to venture to say that most React developers do not know that React.createElement is a thing, that it exists. You actually are probably never going to call it again directly as of 10 minutes in the future, because I'm going to show you how to work with JSX. JSX calls React create element for you. But I just wanted to show you how all this stuff works. There's nothing mystical about what's going on here. I'm going to show you JSX, it's going to do this for you, but this is all it's doing. It's literally all JSX does is it gets translated into JavaScript that looks like this. So why do I show you this? If you're never going to do it again, why do I show you this? One, I want to show you that it's not a black box. It's actually very simple of what it's doing for you. And two, whenever you're looking at your stack traces and you see a bunch of create element calls, I want you to know what happened and why it's there. Right? It's one of those things that if you know what your tools are doing for you, you embrace the complexity. So you're going to start using JSX to be oh, this is so much easier, but you know why it's there. You know what it's doing for you. It's not intimidating. Yeah, Mark.
Do you always use const when creating components?
That's a good question. So I have const app equals here. Totally preference. I use const, and that's just force a habit. It's one of those things like semicolons. I really just profoundly don't care how you choose to do it. It's literally my least favorite thing to argue about is these stupid syntactical things, right? Of do you do it this way? Do you do this? It's does it work? Does it compile? Can I read your code? If it's all those things are yes, I just don't care. I really don't care. So you can put var here. You can put let here. You can put const here. Doesn't matter. So maybe stated a little less snarkily, which is hard for me sometimes. It makes no difference to React, right? Just write however you normally write JavaScript. That's a better way to answer that question.
There's a question around create root that wasn't in the previous versions of the course.
Correct. Okay, yeah. So let's talk about create root here, which comes from React DOM. This is the new way of rendering to the DOM from React. There used to be React DOM just render, right? So it's even still in there. So React DOM.render. You don't have to copy this because I'm just showing you how it works. And you would do container app. And this is what it used to look like. Why do we do this now? .create root. With React 18, we got a new thing called concurrency, which it used to be concurrent mode, and now it's actually just kind of built into React. So there's no static mode versus concurrent mode. It's just React mode. Part of this that they did this is so that you can kind of opt into the new features, because as soon as you put create root in there, React knows okay, this person has updated to the new version of React, and they're anticipating that. This will put it into what's called legacy mode, which doesn't have all the new concurrency features of React 18. So in other words, just always do create root now. You don't want to do render anymore unless you specifically have reasons to stay on the older methodology of rendering React. The other thing that's nice about this is now you have this root thing that you can just say root, and I think you just call render again, and then it'll just re-render this. So you have a handle on an object that you can call to force top-level re-renders of your entire React application. If you ask me how often I do that, the answer is never, or I haven't yet. I can see reasons. There are reasons that you would want to do that I'm having a hard time making up an example of why you'd want to do that. Maybe you just got new information from, like, I don't know, like a WebSocket or something that came in and you need to re-render your entire React application. Or maybe there's like some external third-party application thing that's calling into React and you need to re-render that. I guess that's probably the best thing. Like if you had maybe like a React island, right, in a front end that had like Angular on there as well, and you need to pass something from Angular into React, I could see that being a reason. It's like, okay, re-render my entire world. Otherwise, for the most part, you want to keep all of your state inside of React, so you wouldn't want to do that. Anyway, that is the nice thing about having a root here. This is a better API than what was there previously, but this is the old API. So yes, that is what create root is different. If you're looking at this and you've never seen the old API before, just forget about it. You never have to use it. Just use the new API always and forever. Forget that React DOM.render even existed. Cool. Other questions? Yeah.
I'm assuming you're going to get into this, so probably not answering it right now, but the main benefit of React, like just using React in general.
Yeah, the value proposition of it. Yeah. When do I want to answer that? I think, I mean, I've kind of covered it a little bit, but we'll just kind of get it as we go on. But it's a very small library to learn to render user interfaces. And it's really great at handling lots of state that generates interfaces from state. It's not super opinionated about your data. It's not super opinionated about where it renders or a bunch of stuff like that. It really is just like, I have some state and I want to generate a view out of it. That is my main value proposition for React. By the end of this course in intermediate React, you'll probably know, I'm going to say 90% of the surface area of React, which is awesome, right? There's probably, I don't know, somewhere between 30 and 50 APIs that React ships now, which is knowable, right? You can know all of that. I remember or like jQuery, right? How many of you think that you've used every single method on jQuery? Or Lodash, that's another good one. No one, for people at home, no one's raising their hand, which is wise because no one has. I don't think even the creators and maintainers of it know all of their APIs. There's like 200 or 300, right? It's not knowable. You can't keep all that in your head, nor should you. So I think that's why I like React. It does the one thing, it does it really well, and then there's a bunch of libraries and ecosystem stuff around it to do everything else that you need to do. So that to me is the main value proposition of React.
I used all of jQuery, but whatever.
I don't believe you. Let's talk about the weird edge cases of deferreds, because there's some weird stuff in there. There's methods to handle things that you just never wanted to do. So let's talk about a couple other things. A component must return markup, which will always be the result of React.createElement. So this is about the simplest React app possible. This is the hello world of React applications. So next thing, let's get this out of a script tag on a page. So I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to make a new file here inside of source, and I'm going to call it app.js. And I'm going to save that. And then back here in my index.html, this is unmodified here in app.js. And then here I'm going to put in this script tag source equals /app.js. Okay. That should be slightly less offensive code now. So back here in app.js, let's make another component. This is a pet adoption app, so we're going to make a pet component. Be another function. It's going to return the results of react.createElement. And it's going to be a div. It's going to have nothing there. And then we're going to give it an array of components to return. So react.createElement, give it an h1 empty object, and we're going to describe one pet individually. So this is going to be like, we're going to do my dog, which is Luna, but you can put whatever you want there. And I'm going to just copy and paste this because it's relatively the same thing. And I'm going to make this an h2, and I'm going to make that an h2. Luna is a dog, and her breed is she is a Havanese. So we have this pet component. Again, we've created the rubber stamp, but we haven't actually used the rubber stamp, right? So we have to go use it somewhere. Yeah, I mean, this is just a function at the end of the day, right? You have to use the function or else it doesn't really do anything. So, and then you'll notice here, instead of just the result of one react.createElement call, we've given it an array of that, which is totally fine. React knows how to handle that, right? Just so you know, this is just trivia that you don't need to know. You actually can just give it like multiple parameters here, and it'll also know what to do with that. It's variable arity, if you want to use the computer science-y term for it. But what React will do for you under the hood, it does put it in an array. So I'm just letting you know that it's in an array. Again, trivia. You can just go ahead and let that go out the other ear. It doesn't matter. Okay, so now I have this. And I'm going to make this an array here as well, because we're going to use a bunch of pet components. Okay, and let's just put 3 pets in here. So I'm going to say react.createElement and pet. So again, I made this pet rubber stamp, and I just went and stamped it 3 times inside of app. And then app is going to be rendered out here to the root. So one of my favorite exercises when I write code like this is I ask myself, when I go back to the browser, what am I expecting to see? Because it forces me to think through logically the code that I've written. Let's just start from the end and work backwards. Yeah? We have app, right, which is being rendered out to the root. So we have our app component. This is going to be rendered how many times? It's once. We're going to see an h1 that has an adopt me here at the top. It's going to be inside of a div, right? And then we have used the pet component 3 times. So how many times is it going to say Luna on my page?
3.
3. Dog 3 times, Havanese 3 times. Total, I'm going to have 4 h1s, right? 1 of these, 3 of these. And I'm going to have, what, 6 h2s? Inside of... and I'll have, what, 4 divs. Okay, so now if I refresh the page here, you can see I have Luna 3 times, dog 3 times, Havanese. Matches up with my expectations, yes? Yeah. So you can see components are made up of components are made up of components. You will, right now, just so you know, if you look here in your console, you will certainly see you have this warning. That's fine. We will take care of it. That's expected right now. Just ignore it for the moment. So obviously not everyone's pet is my pet, right? It's not very useful that we have a pet that represents just Luna. It'd be cool if we had a pet component that could be any pet, right? A little bit more flexibility than just outputting Luna dog Havanese 3 times. It'd be cool if we could have 3 different pets. As you might imagine, this is possible, right? So React has a concept called one-way data flow, which basically means that I can pass data from app down to pet. I cannot pass data from pet up to app, for the most part. Let's just say 99% of the time you don't. This is called one-way data flow. It was, I'm going to say, popularized by React, but it's basically been adopted now by every major framework because it was such a good idea. Why is this such a good idea? I'm going to pass information down to pet. If I have an issue inside of app, I know for a fact that pet didn't cause it because pet can't mess with its parent. App can mess with its children, but the pet cannot mess with its parent. So basically it makes debugging React apps much more straightforward. It also makes the data flow very explicit. If pet has weird data being passed into it, you know it came from app, right? Because you can see the data flow from parent to child, from parent to child, from parent to child. This is one of the biggest benefits of React, in my opinion, is it makes this flow of data very explicit, very easy to read, very easy to follow. My favorite story about React is I showed you that tweet of me launching React at Reddit for the first time. I had a colleague, Python developer, awesome developer, but very much not a front-end developer. I launched that React code and then immediately went on a cruise, like immediately. Like launched it, left the next day. Great idea. I was an awesome coworker. Hire me, please. It broke, as all code is wont to do. My coworker was able to look at the code and was like, I get this. I can read this. I can understand where the data is going. And he found it very quickly, fixed it, and relaunched it. And I only owed him a few beers instead of like an entire case of beers afterwards. Right? So it was ended up being okay. But that is due to the fact of how explicit React is. You're going to get a little annoyed at how explicit it is because it requires a decent amount of typing. So that part, it's worth it though. Like the juice here is worth the squeeze. Yeah, because you're gonna have to say every time like this goes here. That was like one of the really cool benefits of like old Angular, is like it was very implicit, right? You were able to like say like, okay, this is bound to this, and it made writing that code really nice, but it made maintaining that code an absolute nightmare. They fixed that. Modern Angular doesn't do that anymore. I'm talking about really old Angular, that like two-way data binding. If you've done that before, you now have this like, you know, forlorn look on your face and you're like having like flashbacks of terrible times in your coding career. If you don't know what that is, just consider yourself very lucky. Anyway, okay. So I've explained to you that we want to flow some data from our app parent into pet. Let's see how you do that. So what I want is I want to get some sort of like object in here. Let's just call it props. And I want to use these props here, these properties that are going to be passed in from the parent here. So instead of having Luna here, I'm going to have props.name. Instead of having dog here, I'm going to have props.animal. Instead of having Havanese here, I'm going to have props.breed. Okay? So now it's expecting something from its parent that it needs to be passed into so that I can render it. So I showed you here, like here I can give it like an ID of, you know, whatever. Same thing applies here for properties passed into a component. I can just say, all right, here's properties I want to give to pet. I want to give it an animal of, we'll just use Luna again here. Animal is going to be dog though. The name is going to be Luna. And the breed is going to be Havanese. And let's just copy and paste that a few times here. This one, instead of being a dog, let's make this, this was my childhood bird, so this is going to be a bird. And the bird's name was Pepper. I was a very creative child. We had a black and white bird, which I named Pepper. I thought that was very clever. It was not. It was not clever. Pepper was a cockatiel. And this was my neighbor's cat, which has the best name ever. The name of the cat was Doink. And it was some mixed breed. We called the cat Doink because it was mostly blind, so it would just run into walls all the time. And it's a very charming cat. So now what do I expect to see? It's going to be really similar, same amount of divs and H1s and H2s, but now I have a more flexible structure here, right? It's going to have a different name for each one. It's going to have a different breed and a different animal. So if I go back over here and refresh the page, you can see here I have Luna, I have Pepper, and I have Doink. And again, one-way data flow. I have information flowing from app into pet, right, through these properties. But how would pet ever mess with app? It can't, right? It has no concept of where or how it's being rendered. Pet is just simply a function, pun intended, actually, that it's just a function of its state, right? It gets props passed into it and it renders itself based on whatever state I did, right? And you can do, like, right now I'm just doing strings, but like I could do like, is dark mode, right? And I could have this one be true and this one be false and all that kind of stuff and go back and forth that way, right? You can pass any sort of state in there. You can pass objects, you can pass URLs, like whatever you need to do there. And we're going to do all sorts of wild stuff with state, but that is how you pass information down from parents to children. So first of all, we've reached our first checkpoint. If you go into if you've fallen behind or you just want to start from like a clean slate here, you can start from 01-no-frills-react. That is the state of the project up until now. From here, we're going to stop writing react.createElement. You will not write this again for the duration of the rest of the class here. We're going to move into JSX now. The reason why we're going to do that is because no one ever writes React this way. Everyone uses JSX now. I imagine most of you probably have seen JSX before, but JSX really just renders out to this. Again, you can look at the rendered output of your build tool and it looks just like this. All right. So, first thing I need you to open your terminal. This is not a, by the way, that's control, like backtick is how you open and close your terminal in VS Code. You can see here I'm in my Adopt Me app, and we're going to start using npm. So we're going to say npm init. This will start like a brand new npm project. The reason why we're going to do this is because we need to keep track of our dependencies. You can say this, it'll ask you a bunch of questions. I don't want to answer questions. If you put -y, it just generates everything for you. And I get here a nice package.json. Package.json is where I'm going to start keeping all of my dependencies. Again, this is not really this is very common for every front-end or back-end project in Node.js. So the next thing I want to do here for you is let's put in prettier. This is as much for me because I'm incapable of writing code now without prettier. Prettier is a tool that just auto-formats your code. You can see here I was pretty lackadaisical about where I put semicolons and where I didn't. Like for example here, at the end of this react.createElement, technically semicolon should have gone there. I wasn't thinking about it, nor did I care about it. Because normally whenever I just save my file, all of them get magically inserted. I'm just going to show you how to do that very quickly. Prettier is a tool that auto-formats your code for you. And it's why I don't care about semicolons, tabs, spaces, anything like that, is because this tool, at the end of time I hit save, it removes all of the code formatting that I've done and it puts in its own, which means I never have to think about it. I had this background thread in my brain that was always thinking about, is this indented enough? Should I put a comma here? Should I not put a comma here? Should I put a semicolon here? Should I not? That thread of my brain is now totally shut down always and forever because I just let Prettier handle it for me. So here in your terminal, I want you to say npm install And we're going to install Prettier. What version did we add here? It usually doesn't matter. -- save dev, Prettier, and save dev. So this is going to go in the developer dependencies, which is where that comes from. You can put save dev like this, or you can just put -D. It means the same thing. You also don't have to do install like that. You can also just do npm I, which is what I do. So you'll see me do npm I -D. That's an install save dev. That's just the shorthand for that. So we're going to install Prettier at 2.7.1. Now you might be asking me, why am I installing a specific version of this? All the dependencies in this course are fixed on certain numbers because I can only control right now what tools you install. So if I just tell you to do this, it'll install whatever the latest version of this. But 6 months later, a year later, when someone's taking this course, it might break with all the configurations that I have now. So if you're following along with this, what I'm going to invite you to do is follow along with the same versions that I am using, because I can guarantee you everything right now fits together and works together. And if it's, a year later when you're watching this course, I can't guarantee that anymore. You're welcome to try and update things, but things are probably going to break and you're going to spend some time debugging that, which is not what I want you to do. I want you to learn React, the concepts. The concepts are unchanging. The individual syntax might change a little over time. So 2.7.1. Does that make sense of why I'm fixing all the dependencies here? Okay, cool. So you'll notice if you go in here into package.json, it still has this little caret here. That basically means that it'll install the latest patch version of this, right? So if you say npm install this again later, it's going to install, if 2.7.2 came out, it would install that for you. If you'll notice when you look at my package.json, here in my GitHub, BT Holt, complete intro to React V8. Actually, it's the other one. Yeah. Here, too. You'll notice that I've taken all of those carets out for precisely that reason. So it installs exactly that version. Normally, you should leave that in, though. And for now, it actually doesn't matter, because as long as you have the correct version, it doesn't matter to me which one you use. OK, so here we are. We have Prettier installed now. Now let's go use Prettier. Well, the first thing that we need to do is we need to make a configuration object. So here, just at the base level of your project, create a new file, call it .prettier.rc. OK, here's where you would configure Prettier. And I don't care, so I'm going to give it an empty object, which basically says, use whatever your defaults are. I really don't care what they are. But if you wanted to do tabs versus spaces, or you wanted to have 4 indent or 2 indent spaces, this is all the stuff where you'd handle that, or single quotes or double quotes, you could configure that here. The only reason that we put a file there at all is now we can tell our VS Code is like, if you see a Prettier configuration, use Prettier automatically. Which you can do here. You can open your settings, so Shift-Command-P, and you can say settings, or something like that, or you can just hit Command or Control, Command on Mac, Control on Windows, comma. This will open your settings, and you want to turn on Format on Save, this one here. Okay, and the other one that you want to turn on is Prettier. Oh, getting ahead of myself here. So you do turn on Format on Save, and then you want to install an extension here called Prettier. This one here, Prettier Code Formatter. It'll be the one that has a ton of downloads. There's like 3 or 4 of them, but the one that has tons and tons of downloads is the one that you want. So install that. Once you've installed that, go back to your settings, look for Prettier. And the one that you want to turn on here is, make sure that's enabled. which one is it? Yeah, prettier here will require config. Check that one. Now, if you have two projects, one that is using prettier and one that is not, it's going to make sure that there's a config file in the project. If there is, it'll use that. If you're on a different project that does not have a config, prettier is not going to run, which is good because you don't want to like format files that you're not necessarily like supposed to, right? Okay. So we now have that. Why is this super useful? Now, if I do something like this, does this offend you? Mm-hmm. It should. But now if I save it, it just fixes it, right? You really can't mess it up now. Like you can put things on the same line. If I save it, it's just going to put it right back to where it's supposed to go. Right? So now every time I save my file, that happens. So if you see my code jumping around like that, it's probably because I'm saving stuff. Okay, so that's prettier. Any questions about prettier? So go here to your package.json. I use VS Code. Most people I know use VS Code. Yeah, go ahead.
Do we have to set this up every time we start a new project?
You don't have to do all the VS Code stuff. You do that once, it works forever. Putting a prettier RC file, yeah. For whatever project that you need to use prettier on, you'll put a prettier RC, but everything else, no. So I use VS Code. Lots of people that I know use VS Code, but not everybody uses VS Code. Primeagen doesn't use VS Code famously. What I like to do is I like to leave the commands here in the scripts of my package.json so that someone that comes by later has the ability to use the tool the same way that I am. So we're going to write a thing called format here, and it's just going to do prettier -- right and backslash that source asterisk / and then you can put JS and JSX, and you can also put TS and TSX there if you want to, if you're going to do TypeScript, but for now we'll just have JS and JSX. Okay. Prettier, which is the CLI command. You don't have to install it. It'll actually just find it directly in your node modules for you, so that's fine as long as it's installed. -- write means write it back to the file, so overwrite everything. This is escaping a backtick or a double quote here. The reason why you want to quote this is so that prettier is literally past the whole string of the path. Otherwise, like Bash will expand it for you. And then you're just saying everything inside of the source directory that's arbitrarily deep, as long as it has a file extension of JS or JSX, please format it for me. So now if I say npm run format like this from my directory, it's going to run that command for me. And you can see here, it ran it on source app.js. It's grayed out, which means nothing changed. But if app.js, which, let's see, let's just format on save. We're just going to turn that off for just one hot second. And then I'm going to move this, and I'm going to save. And now if I run npm run format, you'll see here, one, it fixed up here, right? Cool. And then this is not grayed out, which means it actually ran successfully. So now if I'm working with someone like the Primeagen, right, he can run this. He can just say, he doesn't have to go figure out prettier on his own. I'm sure he has, because he knows Vim better than I know anything else. But he could just run my command for me. And we have this like common language to speak, which is why I like putting all this in my package.json. And it just makes explicit, like, this is a prettier project. I expect it to run on these things, so on and so forth. Okay, questions about that?
If it's working when we run the script, but not working when we save the file, what might be a troubleshooting step?
I need to turn this back on. Do you have format on save checked?
Could wait till after if needed.
I mean, the thing you can look at here is if you can click on problems, that might tell you something. So the one thing is, like, if you have invalid syntax in here, like if I just put semicolons there, Prettier won't know what to do with that. So if you have invalid syntax, which would show up in problems, and then lastly, you can click on output here, and you can look at the Prettier extension. It will tell you, it'll give you a debug log out of stuff that it can't run on. If that's empty, that means you don't have Prettier installed properly. So that's Prettier. That's now it's installed and working, and we can just ignore it going forward. The next thing I'm going to show you how to do really quick is we're going to set up ESLint together. And I know this is probably some people's like least favorite part of the course is like setting up all the tools, but this is my favorite part about this is like we're going to set it up and then we're going to forget about it, right? And it's just going to help us catch problems as we're going. And so the reason why I have students do this as we go is like this will help you catch problems while you're going on your class. This will keep you focused on React and not on like weird JavaScript problems. So that's the reason why you and I are setting this up together, even if it's a little bit tedious and annoying. So we're going to set up ESLint together. Prettier catches all of your formatting problems, and ESLint is going to catch very simple JavaScript problems, right? If I have something here called app, and down here I call app like this, and I forget a P or something like that, this is something that ESLint is like, hey, you're referencing something that you have not talked about before. This is probably a problem of some sort, right? Those are the kind of problems that ESLint can catch for you. So I want you to come up here, and we're going to install a few things. So go to your terminal. We're going to npm install -D. We're going to do ESLint at 8.24.0 and ESLint-config-prettier at 8.5.0. Okay. I have no vulnerabilities here. By the time that you're watching this course, I guarantee there's going to be vulnerabilities. It's okay, right? You're not shipping this to production. These are developer tools for the most part, not an attack vector for what we're doing. So it's okay if this number is not 0. Okay, make a file here, .eslint.rc.json. I like the JSON way of configuring, but you can do it with YAML, you can do it with .js, but we're not doing anything wild, so we're just going to do JSON. Okay, we're going to have extends up here. I have a very bare bones ESLint configuration now. I used to use like really heavy-handed ones like the Airbnb config or standard or things like that. These days I just do ESLint:recommended. This is a very non-controversial set of rules of like, don't use variables that you haven't created yet. Like this is basically, if it's in ESLint recommended, it's definitely a problem and it's not an opinion. If you're using the Airbnb one, like there's definitely some strong opinions in there and you can disagree with them, but nothing in ESLint recommended you're going to disagree with. So that's the first one. The second one is Prettier. ESLint can do some formatting things, like it can say like, hey, this person has too many indents or not enough indents and things like that. We want ESLint to not worry about that because we have Prettier, a whole separate tool doing that for us. So this Prettier config, all it does is it just ignores a bunch of rules. It doesn't add anything, it just removes stuff. This extends array for the most part doesn't matter. The only thing is Prettier comes last. Oh, your Prettier one should always be last 100% of the time, unexceptional. Okay. Plugins, we have no plugins yet. We will have plugins. And then we have some parser options. ECMA version. We're going to use 20. You can put latest. I put 2022 in here. Source type, it is a module. ECMA features, we're going to use JSX fairly soon, so just go ahead and put that in there. Okay, that's good for parser options, and then we have an env. We're going to be working in ES6. We are going to be working in the browser, and we are going to be working in Node. You might ask what all these things are doing. For the most part, I'll be honest with you, I just copy and paste this from project to project. I don't really think about too much what's going into these configs anymore. But ECMA version will tell, like, if I'm targeting 2016, then like async await's not going to work, right? So it's basically like how modern of JavaScript do you want in here. The module type is basically like I'm doing import and export, not common JS stuff. I'm going to use JSX. It's saying like account for that. And then ES6 browser and Node is just saying like, don't give me an error if you see fetch, right? Fetch is a global that exists in the browser, or don't give me an error if I do like __ dir name, right? Which comes from Node. So this is just telling it what sort of environments that you're going to be working in, what kind of globals are available. Now, if I was doing like a much more careful ESLint, I'd have the browser one only apply in the browser. I'd have the Node one only apply in Node. I'm not being so cautious right now, though, so this is fine. Okay. So you can see here already, it's already finding errors for me. So the extension that you want to install for that here is the ESLint one. It's directly from Microsoft. Just go ahead and install that. I will say that notoriously, this is a finicky extension. Sometimes it gets really weird about stuff. It's partially my fault because I worked at the team that worked on this, so you can blame me a little bit for it. But it's, it's worth it. So go ahead and install that. You might need to restart VS Code for it to work. But go ahead and have that one installed. And then let's go ahead and put back into our package.json the same sort of thing for people that are not using VS Code. So I'm showing you how to put like the commands in here for other people. You might ask, Brian, how often do you use npm run format on your code? And the answer is never. VS Code always does it for me. But here we are. We're going to do ESLint. And you can literally just copy this part of the string right there because it's the same thing. And then just do -- quiet at the end. It has a lot of output otherwise. So I just put quiet as like, just tell me when there are problems. I don't care about anything else. Just tell me if I have a problem. Otherwise, please leave me alone. So you can actually run it if you want to, and you will see some errors, which we expect. Which is mostly React is not defined, which is a good error for us to see. Just sometimes when I have issues, this is just a useful thing for you to know. You can do npm run lint -- debug. So the -- here means I'm going to pass something not to npm, right? If I leave this off, it's going to pass debug to npm. I don't want to pass it to npm. I want to pass it to ESLint, right? So it's passing it on to the underlying command. And then here you can see, what did it load? How did it load it? Did I have any issues? Like, it's very noisy, right? So that can be useful if you're having issues. You can see all of the rules that it has turned on, all of them that are turned off. Just useful for someone that's having an issue. And sometimes ESLint can fix things for you. There's nothing to fix here. But like sometimes it has like rules that it can fix automatically. There's not too many of them, but sometimes it can. So that's what -- fix would do for you. Okay. We're going to fix the errors, but right now you should have errors. That's fine. You can see that this has already turned red in here for me. All expected. We'll fix it here in a bit. Question?
Yeah, I got a environment key ES5 is unknown in my
Probably because
ESLint config?
yeah, you should have ES6, not 5.
Ah, got it.
ES6 is another word for ES 2015, right? So it's going to say like expect things like map and set and symbol. There's a bunch of stuff that came with ES6, so that's what that does for you. Other questions? All right. I swear to God, we're getting really close to the end of tool hell, right? And then we're just straight on to React after that. Right now, we are building our create React app, basically. So if you say like create React app, create like a new app for you, it just does all of this stuff for you. And so next time you go to do that, you'll be like, cool, here's a bunch of stuff that I don't have to do anymore. Screw you, Brian, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I've done my job if you're saying stuff like that. All right, one more thing here. Every good project needs a good git ignore, so please make a .git ignore here at the root of your project. Please ignore node modules. This doesn't use parcel anymore, so you have to ignore that. Dist is one you want to ignore. .env, it's always a good one to ignore. Many of you are going to be on Macs, so dsstore is always a must to ignore. I did find out the other day what dsstore finally does. It's like positions of files. So like if I have like my Finder up here and I like drag something around like that and it like moves it, dsstore is the file that keeps track of stuff like that, which is silly. But here we are. It probably does other stuff. That's when stuff like that will get generated. Coverage, that's for intermediate React, but it's like code coverage kind of stuff. And I don't want you to track VS Code directory here, so there is that as well. So this is just telling Git stuff to ignore. You should probably track your project in Git. You can just do that by saying git init, right? And if you want any more information on Git, please take Nina's class on Frontend Masters. I have left a link there to do it. Git is always one of those tools that it's just worth the investment to learn. You're going to spend an afternoon learning pretty dry, boring stuff that I think Nina does a good job of teaching. It's just worth it. So let's talk about Vite. And I've been pronouncing it Vite for so long that I probably will keep calling it that. It is pronounced Vite, not Vite. And it means quick in French, which is where the name comes from. So Vite is a tool put out by the Vue team. It's going to be our build tool that we're going to be using today. Previous versions of this class use Parcel, and before that it was Webpack. I think that's it. I don't think I ever used Browserify in this class. But I basically just described to you my history of build tools. I used to use Browserify a long time ago with like Grunt and Gulp. Yeah, maybe we did used to do that. You know, I'd have to go look at what version 1 actually used. Anyway, after that we used Webpack. And then for the long time I've been using Parcel. I like Parcel because, and it's still super valid for you to use Parcel now. Parcel is zero config. You just point it at a file and the entire thing just works. Vite is create a very small file and then everything just works. So it works really well. Vite under the hood is using Rollup, right? Rollup is a very useful build tool created by Rich Harris, who's also the guy that created Svelte. He's taught here at Frontend Masters. Very smart, very nice person. Works at Vercel now. So Vite, which is created by the Vue team, which was created by the person who created Svelte, which we're now going to use for React. I feel like it's just like a full circle now. Like it's like a framework group hug. So Vite, awesome project. If you want to use Parcel, just check out V7 in this course. It works relatively similar. So let's go ahead and use Vite. So we're going to install here. npm install -D. We're going to do Vite at 3.1.4. And we're going to do at Vite.js /plugin-react at 2.1.0. Okay, that'll take a second. It builds a lot of stuff. Yeah, so it does use rollup, but it also uses ESBuild as well. There's a bunch of stuff that goes into Vite, so I actually don't know all the misdirection that happens in there. Suffice to say, it's handling a lot of stuff for you that you don't have to really worry about. It's also handling TypeScript. For the most part, you set up like a little config file, everything else Vite just figures out for you, and you end up with like a really good optimized output. Super valid tool to use in production today. Go back to your code in index.html. We're going to delete these two script tags because now we're actually going to bundle React into our project. Okay, and then we have to put type equals module here. This is for Vite to know that we're not doing common JS here. We're going to be doing ES6 modules, right? And then not ./app.js, we're actually going to make this a JSX file. Next question that I know someone's thinking is like, why are we doing JS and not, or why are we doing JSX and not JS? Famously, one of the React core devs said like, I just do JS, why doesn't everyone do JS? Like, JSX is just an extension of JS, why do we need a different file extension for it? I'm frankly a little inclined to agree. Previous versions of this class called them JS files, but Vite insists that you call it JSX or it will not do the JSX translation, so we have to call it that. Or we have to go configure Vite to look at JS files for JSX, which I didn't want to do. So for my benefit, for your benefit, for this class, we're going to say JSX. So .jsx, we're going to rename this app.js up here momentarily, or you can just do it now, JSX. And now all that stuff will work. Okay, now we need to create, again, at the root of our project, a what is it? config.vite.js. Or did I get that backwards? Other way around. Vite.config.js. I didn't get my cool little logo there, so that's how I knew that I messed it up. Okay, in here we're going to say import, define config from, not rollup, thank you, config from Vite, and we're going to import React from @Vite plugin React. Okay, we're going to export a default define config with an object, plugins, and we're going to give it React with the invocation of the React function. And then I'm going to tell it that my root is source. So what I will tell you is most people actually will put their index.html file directly in the base of their project. So if you did that, then you wouldn't need this root. In retrospect, that probably would have been easier, but the entire course is written this way, so just follow with me here. At the end, it really doesn't matter, to be totally honest with you. Okay, we now have a build process. This is it. This is really all we need to do for our build process. We'll come back here and mess with it maybe a little bit later, but for the most part, this is just done. Parcel is 0 config. The Vite is this much config, which is, I'm going to judge acceptable, right? Not too bad. And so what's going to happen is it's going to go into your source directory. It's going to find the index.html file. And then it's going to find, it's like, okay, you have an app.jsx, and it crawls your graph from there, right? So it understands your JS. It'll understand your CSS. It runs all that stuff through Vite as well. And then it'll come into your app.jsx. It'll find all of its dependencies. So it finds your graph all by itself. You don't have to do anything more than that. That's how the black magic is happening here. It's all coming from your index.html. If you have other heads, right, index.html being the head file that it crawls out of, you can identify that to Vite and it'll go find that. Maybe you have like 2 different apps that need to be rendered out, right? You would do that here in your config. We don't, so by default, this is just going to work for us. So the next thing that we want to do, we deleted the source or those script tags. So now we need to go install React so that it'll build correctly. So npm install -D, and then we need React at 18 and this isn't D, we actually want this React point 2.0 and React DOM at 18.2.0. So npm install without the capital D, it's not a dev dependency, it's a production dependency. And then we want 18.2.0 and React DOM at 18.2.0. They release them in lockstep, so they're always the same version. So you can go in here, we see that we do have, in fact, Vite is in here, React DOM, awesome, all good stuff. We're going to go back to app.jsx. If you haven't renamed it app.jsx, please do so now. So it's app.jsx. And we have this like React is like, I don't know what that is. React is not defined. You can see here it's saying ESLint no undefined. Just as a helpful thing, by the way, if you click on this no undef, this will actually take you directly to the ESLint doc, telling you, oh, it's opening Firefox for me, taking a sec. It'll take you directly to the rule that it's breaking, so you can actually read, right? That's just a helpful tip for VS Code that I quite like. So what we're going to do up here is we're going to say import React from React and import React DOM from React-DOM. So now, you notice this isn't red anymore. If we run npm run lint, no problems anymore. Because now these are not undefined, they're defined, because we know where they're getting from. And again, Vite is smart enough to say, oh, you're importing React from React, I'm going to include that in your package now. So for the most part, we don't have to think about our build anymore. Vite just kind of takes care of it for us. So one thing that I wanted to show you about ES6 modules, let's say right now we're only using create root, right? So I can come up here and I can delete this and I can say, I want just create root here. And I can go down here and instead of saying React DOM, so this is how you import just parts of packages, right? In theory, this is what you want to do for the most part. Vite has something that's called tree shaking, which is another word for live code inclusion, which is different than dead code elimination, right? Live code inclusion, aka tree shaking, only includes code that you're actively using, whereas dead code elimination actually will go through and see if it can find things that are never called. Live code inclusion is always better, right, for the most part. So if you do all of your code like this, where you're only including things that you use, it gives Vite the opportunity to eliminate code. Let's say React DOM had some different part that you were never going to use, it wouldn't include that in your bundle anymore, right, which is objectively a good thing. Now, I think no matter what you do, because of React DOM, it includes everything every time, so I don't think we're actually saving anything here. I'm just trying to get you in a good habit of only including the things that you use. But that's what those curly brackets mean, is like I'm only including part of this, which I only use here, right? So head back to your package.json, to your scripts tag. We have format, we have lint here. Let's put a couple more in here. We're going to put dev, which is just going to be Vite. That's just going to be like, start my dev server, get me going. Build, which is get me ready for production, like build me out to static files. So this is what you would run in like CI or something like that, right? Okay, and then we want preview. I find this one to be useful, and one of my favorite things that's different about Vite versus other build tools. I want to see my production build before I go to production, right? So what preview does is it runs Vite build, and then it shows you what Vite build built for you. If you were doing this with like Parcel or something like that, you'd have to do Parcel build, and then you'd have to like use some sort of static web server to like spin it up and show yourself, right? It's fine, it's not that hard to do, but with Vite preview, it does all that for you. Okay, and now I can say npm run dev. I get this nice little thing going here. And now I can say open this in my browser. And now I have adopt me running on my local computer. Except I don't want that in Firefox. I want this here. So inevitably you have some sort of like file one here. Close this tab, please. The one that we were using before, right? Please close that, the one that you file opened. And now just go to localhost 5173. That's what Vite runs on always. And you should see the same thing, but the reason why I'm being very explicit, like please close this, it's very easy to come back to your browser and not look at which tab you're on. And you're like refreshing, it's like, why is this breaking? Why is this not working? It's because you're not using your dev server. Because if I open that and I refresh that, you're going to get not rendered, right? Because now React is no longer in the project, and so it doesn't know what to do. So please make sure you're on localhost 5173. Any questions?
Getting the error, you installed ESBuild for another platform than the one you're currently using?
That's interesting. So it sounds like when you npm installed Vite, it chose the wrong ESBuild for you. It looks like I'm going to guess it's an Intel Mac, yeah? So my guess is it probably...
I'm sorry, it's a...
M1?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So this is an M1 Mac, so it does work on M1 Macs. It probably installed the Intel build for it, and not the... So maybe Node is self-identifying as the wrong architecture? That's what I'd look into. All right, so if you go back to your React Holt courses here, we are all the way through Vite here under JS Tools, and you can see here we now have another. If you're this far and all your stuff is not working correctly, please just hop over to O2 JS Tools, and you can see all of the stuff that we just did together here should be right here. And if you do open one of these, so let's say I installed it, cloned it, and I go into this directory, just make sure you do npm install, right, to get all of the dependencies installed, and then you can run npm run dev, and everything should just be working. All right, so we just finished the JS Tools section. We are now moving into core React concepts. We are here at JSX, this one here. And if you need to pick up, then you can from here from O2 JS Tools. So far we've been working without JSX, but now that we have Vite and all of our tools in place, we can go ahead and start working with JSX. So I want you to think about your code for a second. Let's just even glance maybe at like app.jsx here for a second. We are writing JavaScript that is imitating HTML, right? We have like a div, and inside of that we have like, indented here, this H1, H2, H2, right? It's JavaScript meant to imitate JSX. Or sorry, it's meant to imitate HTML. It would be nice if we could just directly write HTML, since that's what we're trying to generate at the end. Otherwise, we have to go through this like mental translation layer of like, I have this idea of HTML that I want. I have to write this JavaScript that then gets translated back to HTML, right? So it's like this like multiple hops. It'd be cool if our tools could just make the hops for us and we get to describe what we want. That is the principle behind JSX. So one of my favorite fun facts about where JSX actually came from, obviously invented it at Facebook as well. They invented JSX to appease the PHP developers at Facebook. They thought it's like, if we show them something that looks like what they're already writing, they're going to be into it, right? And so they invented it not so that they thought that they would use it and that people would like it, but they did it to appease their back-end developers, or so I'm told. So the legend goes, right? And then it turns out everyone just liked it anyway, and so yeah, they ended up sticking with it. But I remember when it very first came out, and Pete Hunt talked about it at some conference, and everyone was like, why are they writing HTML in our JavaScript, right? And that was a big like barrier to entry for React. And so for like a good year, every time that React came up on like Hacker News and stuff like that, people would just make fun of it. It was like 2013, 2012 kind of area. And eventually some bigger companies like Reddit, like Khan Academy, started shipping it, and people are like, oh, okay, this is like a serious deal. And then it hits some sort of like critical mass, Airbnb started using it, Netflix started using it, and some like bigger companies like that. And overnight, everything like Ember was dropped, Angular was dropped, and everyone just started using React. All of this to say, we're going to start putting HTML into our JavaScript. Now, if you've never done this before, it feels a little weird and a little gross. I felt a little weird and gross when I started doing it. But let me assure you that, one, everyone does it this way. Peer pressure, which is great. It's a great reason. And two, it's going to help you write cleaner code. It's going to help you write code that's easier to understand. It's very different than putting JavaScript into your HTML, which if you've been writing code as long as I have, we used to do that, and that was a bad idea. And putting HTML in your JavaScript, though, that's a good idea. So this goes one way and not the other. Anyway, make sure you have this called app.jsx. We definitely want that. And then I want you to create another file here next to it called pet.jsx. And we're going to move this part right here, pet, into its own file. Okay, so we have this file here, pet, and down here at the bottom we're going to say export default pet. Okay, so one of the advantages of using a build tool like Vite is now we can separate our files into like separate files, so we can have like little smaller modules. Vite is going to be the tool that actually stitches it back together at the end. Okay, and so if we wanted this to work just as is, we'd say import React from React, like that. And then here we're going to say import pet from /pet. Okay, everything's happy now. So we have this JavaScript that's imitating HTML. It'd be really great if we could just have HTML directly. So I'm just going to comment this out so you can see what this looks like. I'm going to say const pet equals, and it's going to take in props, and it's going to return this, and we're going to say return, and I'm just going to directly start writing my HTML. Or props.name, rather. Props.animal. And props.breed. These lines and these lines are exactly equivalent. I would bet if you go look at the output of like what Vite creates for you, this might literally be it. If it's not, it's very close. So I want you to ask yourself, between these two things, which one do you find more readable?
The second.
The second. I think that's a fairly uncontroversial opinion to say that this more purely expresses your intent as a developer. There's less indirection here. I'm all about readable code. I'm all about maintainable code. I've written enough bad code and I've had to maintain enough bad code that I err so strongly on the side of like, can a developer read this later? I don't optimize for writing code, I optimize for maintaining code. It's to the point that I believe that code is actually just annotating how to solve a problem that a computer happens to understand. Right? So because I find this so much more readable, even though I had to introduce a build step to understand how this works, which in general is a bit of a code smell, right? That I have to introduce tools and like augment the language, this is worth it. And I'm not alone thinking this. Everyone that I know that writes React this way. Even the person, I'm good friends with the person that created Emotion.js, Kai, great guy, for the longest time wrote this because he was, for the exact reasons I was just describing, found that to be an unacceptable cost, but even he came around eventually, right? And he's the last person that I knew that wrote this. And he came around some years ago, so. If this still feels weird to you, I'm just going to invite you for the rest of this class, just follow along with me and write JSX, and if at the end of it you still don't like it, then by all means go back to create element. But for now, just try this, and you'll see over time that it just gets really natural. Okay, so go ahead and delete this. It's going to say, hey, you don't use React here. So we actually could go set up ESLint to understand that this actually is calling React, right? Because implicitly this is calling React.createElement. However, with the latest versions of React, you can even get rid of that. So you can actually just do that, and everything works. It knows that if you're importing JSX, you're importing React, and the build tool will just handle that for you. So there you go. That is your first bit of JSX. Again, you must call this pet.jsx for Vite to understand you want JSX transformations applied to this. If you call it pet.js, Vite doesn't know to use JSX and it's going to fail on this. So please do call this pet.jsx. It's possible to fix, but if you want to go fix that and use JS, I'm going to leave that to you to go do that.
What's default in export default pet?
It's a function of how ES6 modules work, or ES 2015 modules, or just ESM is what people call them now. ECMAScript modules. Notice I say import pet from here as like a top level thing that has no curly braces around it. That's the default export. If I did like export const thing equals pet. So now I've given it a named, so this would be called a named export. So if I wanted to import, well, let's just say this is 5, right? Just something different. If I wanted to import that here, I would have to say thing like that, right? You'd have to import the named thing from the other file. So the default part is just like the general top level export thing. That's the default export. People have opinions about when to use them. Some people say never use default exports. I do, because I think it's readable. But again, it's kind of up to you. That's an opinion. Cool. Let's go update app.jsx now. So delete import React. We don't need that anymore. And we are going to rewrite this in JSX. I'm just going to delete it. Div h1 adopt me, and then we're going to give it a pet component, right? So this is why I was saying it's really important that you call things with a capital letter. Remember I said if it's a string that it's just going to literally output whatever the string is, and if it's a capital letter, or if it's a component, it'll render the component. The way that JSX differentiates this, if it's a capital letter, it knows that it's a component that you created. If it's a lowercase, like it is here with like the h1, it's going to literally output that. So x sum thing, right, like this. This is going to literally output x sum thing to the DOM. Or in h1, it'll output h1. But if I had h1 here, it would think that it's a component that I created. So that's why the capitalization is required. So lowercase h1, capital P pet, name equals Luna, animal equals dog, and breed equals Havanese. Okay, are you familiar with self-closing tags where you like input and you have to put the slash and angle bracket at the end? It's optional HTML. It is not optional in JSX. You must put that self-closing tag. So if you have like an input and that is valid HTML, right? Without the self-closing tag to it, it's not valid JSX. If you have an input, you must put the slash there to let it know that it's a void tag or a self-closing tag. That's just a JSX requirement. But fun fact, you can do things like div and have a self-closing div. That's not valid HTML, it's valid JSX. Some people think that that's a really bad idea to do it. I do it anyway because I still find it readable, right? Up to you. All right, so I have this pet. I'm going to just copy that a few times. This was Pepper. Pepper was a bird, and it is a cockatiel. And this was Doink, the cat, which is mixed. Okay, and then down here, instead of react.createElement here, I'm just going to have self-closing app, like that. You do currently have ESLint errors, so the fact that this is underlined, expected, we will fix it momentarily. I'm going to argue that this is way more readable than what we just had, right? Very compact, very succinct, very readable at a high level. Did we fix index.html? If not, make sure that this says JSX here. I just had that in my notes here that you should go fix that. Okay, so let's talk about this ESLint error momentarily. It's saying, hey, you don't ever use app, so no unused variables, right? This is the same thing that would complain if I said const x equals 5, and then I just never used it. It's going to say, hey, you create x, but then you never use it. Why did you create x in the first place? And it's because ESLint, up until now, does not understand JSX, right? It's saying like, hey, you imported pet, but you never used it. You created app, but you never used it, despite the fact that we used pet here, and we used app down here. We need to augment ESLint to be able to understand JSX. So let's go ahead and do that really quick. And it's a bit of a pain, so bear with me for a second. I promised you no more tooling, and then I lied. npm i dash capital D, and we need to get quite a few here. ESLint dash plugin import dash import. And then you need at 2.26.0. By the way, you don't have to copy. You can literally just go copy this from my notes as well if you don't want to do that. It's here in JSX under ESLint React. Just run this one right there. I'm going to type it out so people can see it, but I invite you please to go be lazy. ESLint-plugin-JSX-A11Y accessibility at 6.6.1 and ESLint-plugin-React at 7.31.8. Just 76 packages, so no big deal. Okay, and then we got to update our ESLint RC a little bit here. So put these on different lines. It'll be a little bit easier to read. Again, the order here under extends does not make a big difference. Just make sure prettier is last. Plugin :import /errors. Plugin :react /recommended. And plugin :JSX-A11Y /recommended. So this notation means that you're going to go get the plugin, which we installed all these plugins for ESLint, right? Plugins just augment ESLint. So that's what the extends is a set of rules, right? And the plugin is like adding additional capabilities to ESLint. These are all just the recommended things. Again, these are going to be the kind of things that are not very opinionated, except I guess maybe the accessibility, but I'm going to argue that's an error anyway. These should just be things that are very uncontroversial, things that you should always do. Okay? And then we're gonna turn off a couple rules here. We definitely don't need prop types. Prop types are kind of an old thing for React. If you don't want to use TypeScript, but you want validation in your code, like prop validation, you can use prop types, which I'm going to say is, this is an array, sorry, this is a, object. Yeah, prop types are silly. Don't do prop types. Either use TypeScript or use nothing. And then React in JSX scope to be 0 as well. Oh, it is an array. What? No. This is, yeah, sorry, this is not meant to be plugins. This is meant to be rules. Okay. So, sorry, rules, React/prop types 0, and React/React in JSX scope. This used to require that anywhere you use JSX that you imported React, which used to be the rule, but with React 17, we don't have to do that anymore. Or rather, with a recent version of Babel, it doesn't matter. Anyway, 0 means this is not an error anymore. Please ignore this rule. That's what 0 means. I think 1 means warn and 2 means error. So that's why it's a 0. Okay, sorry, now plugins. We have a React plugin. We have an import plugin. Import just allows ESLint to follow imports, right? So it can see if I'm exporting something from this file and I'm trying to import something different in a different file, it'll find that error across imports and exports. That's what import does. And then JSX-A11Y. This is like if you put like a click listener on something that's not like a button, it's going to say like this isn't accessible. It'll catch a bunch of those like very simple, straightforward accessibility errors. I like it because accessibility is hard for the most part, and so this will help me with basic things. Okay, that's all good, that's all good, env is good. We need to add one more at the bottom, which is settings. Okay, ESLint wants to know what version of React you're using. So you can just say, go figure it out yourself. So detect says, hey, go read my package.json and figure it out yourself. I don't know why they don't do that by default, but they don't. And then for the import/resolver, if it's like right now it's saying, hey, pet doesn't exist. That's because right now ESLint is only configured to look for .js files. We need to tell it you also need to look for JSX files. So here you're going to say node extensions, and you have to give it an array of .js and .jsx. So this is saying, please also look for JSX files. Okay, this ESLint file that you now see in front of you is what I use on most of my projects. This is vanilla React ESLint for me, right? And I think it's very uncontroversial in the opinions that it enforces. Having worked in DevTools and like developer infrastructure for a long time, I'm very cognizant of the fact that I don't want to annoy developers unnecessarily. As a developer, I have a thought in my brain that I want to express it in code. Every tool that I put between you and accomplishing that is friction. So I have to ask myself, as the person making the tool, is that friction useful? So one of them here that might be the most controversial here is that I put the accessibility one here in my default one. If you do something and it's not accessible and it warns you what you're doing is not accessible, that is friction to a developer continuing writing the code. They have to go fix your error rather than writing net new code. Is that worth it? I'm going to say yes. It's worth it to make developers fix their accessibility code. But is it worth it to make sure that they have some special schema of naming their variables? No. That's just me enforcing some dumb opinion on someone else. That's not worth it. Don't do that. So that's the mantra behind this ESLint config, is fix errors, don't enforce arbitrary opinions. Yeah, Dustin.
Will we need ESLint once we move to TypeScript?
Will you need ESLint once you move to TypeScript? Yes. So let's talk about the kinds of validation that we have in our code just very quickly. We have a formatter, which is purely spacing and what kind of quote, and it's very mechanical, right? It's like if you're writing an English like essay. Do you have paragraphs in the right places? Are you double spacing? Do you have tabs? You know, should this be a single or double quote? It's very syntactical. You have ESLint, which is going to go check, do you have like a subject predicate, right? Like it's going to check like very simple stylistic choices in your English essay. Then you're going to have TypeScript, which is going to say like, you said this thing, is it a noun? Does the noun fit here? Is this a verb? Does the verb fit here? So it's doing type checking to make sure that everything fits in the correct place and it is what you said it is. And then eventually we're going to have unit testing at the end, which is going to say, do all these paragraphs fit together? Do they make sense together? We're going to check all the, those pieces together. So all four of those tools are checking a different facet of correctness about your code, and therefore are all necessary. There's overlap, for sure. They definitely have overlap, and we're trying to use them each in the place that they do the best, right? ESLint can cover some things in Prettier. TypeScript can cover some things in ESLint. ESLint can cover some things in TypeScript. The Venn diagrams have overlap, right? But we try and separate them out so that Prettier only does formatting, ESLint only does stylistic checking, TypeScript only does TypeScript checking, and unit testing only tests do the pieces fit together. So I believe everything should work. npm run lint, no errors, everything's all good. Now we're done with ESLint for a good long while. So you can now go to 03-JSX for the milestone if you've fallen behind and you didn't want to copy all that ESLint profile, so feel free to go copy that. And we are going to get into hooks. I want you to create a new file here, and we're going to call it searchparams.jsx. We're actually going to start getting into really building our application. So just to kind of set your expectation here, we're going to build an application where you can search an API for animals to adopt. It's a fake API that's hosted by Frontend Masters, so it's one that we can control and make sure that it doesn't ever go down. But eventually, I'm going to show you at the end, if you want to go hook it up to like a real API and like actually look at real pets to adopt, you can use the Pet Finder API to do just that. So let's make a component here. We're going to call it search params. And it's going to be a function. We're going to have a location. Feel free to put wherever you want in this location. This is all very United States centric, so apologies for that, but that's just the API that we have. So I'm going to put Seattle, WA, but feel free to put Minneapolis, Minnesota, or Chicago, Illinois, or whatever you want there. Up to you. We're going to, and then under that, we're going to return. I put parentheses here so I can go down to the next line. If you put return here and just go to the next line, it's going to think that the line has ended like that, right? And it's not going to do anything underneath that. So you need parentheses to tell JavaScript, I'm going to the next line. That's where the parenthesis comes from. Okay, and then I want to give it a class, like a CSS class, right? There's a kind of a weird restriction here in JavaScript. Class is a reserved word in JavaScript, right? So if I say class thing, right, that's what class means here. So I can't just call this class. So you need to call it class name. To be totally fair, they didn't make this up. It's actually the name of the JavaScript API for it. Just to prove my point here, if I say inspect here, x equals $0. So now I have this span here, right? This span right there. What if I wanted to get the class name out of that? Well, if I do x dot class name, that'll actually give me back the name of the class from it. So that's where the class name comes from. It comes from the name of the JavaScript API. Some people get really upset by that. I'm just used to it. So Stockholm Syndrome, I suppose. Okay, search dash params. And then we're going to give it a form. And then we're going to give it a label. And we want to give it a label for something, right? Again, for is a reserved word, right, for for loops. You can get rid of class thing here, by the way. So what do we have to call it? Instead of for, it's called HTML4. So I think those are the two primary ones that you're going to run into issues with. Everything else, for the most part, just works. So HTML4 location. Inside of that, we're going to give it a location, as in the word location. And then we're going to give it input of ID equals location, value equals location, and placeholder equals location. Location, location, location. Okay, under that, we'll give it a button. That'll be a submit button for the whole form. Okay, and then export default search params. So let's talk about a couple things here. One, this is wrong and broken, and I know, and I'm going to show you why here in just a second. So we have this variable here called location. This could be anywhere that you're searching for a pet, right? You want to limit it down to, Salt Lake City to find your pet or something like that. So I have this variable here that holds a location of where I want to search for. I want that to be the value of this input here. So what's the difference between putting curly braces here and putting quotes here? If I had the value here as quotes, this is literally going to put the string in there of location, right? But I don't want it to be literally the string location. I want it to be whatever is inside the variable location. That is what the curly braces do here. If you put curly braces, you're saying, hey, here's a JavaScript expression, right? So this JavaScript expression is just location. But this could be like location dot to uppercase or something like that, right? It's anything that, an expression is anything that can be on the right side of an equal sign, right? So anything that could be on the right side of this can go in here, right? So dot to lowercase, right? Or something like that, right? Anything that's a valid JavaScript expression can go here. For now, I just want the variable, right? So that's that. And then now I want to use this in app.jsx. So pop over to app.jsx. You can delete the pet import and just import search params from search params. Another fun trick I'll just show you really quick. So if I'm here in app.jsx, let's just say I didn't import this up here. You can actually just start writing the thing that you want to import. So I'm going to put search params right this. Notice I don't have it import at the top. If I just click on this, notice that it just automatically goes and like, okay, well, you're trying to import that, right? And that works okay. Okay, and now I have this search params component being rendered here from search params. Okay, now if I go over here, go back to my adopt me, make sure your server is running. I don't think mine is. npm run dev, there we go. Refresh. What do we got here? Oh, yeah, that is something that we did not fix. App.jsx, create root from React DOM / client, I believe, right? You need to import create root from React-DOM / client, which is client side, browser side, right? Because there's also server side rendering stuff here, so they separate them into different packages. Okay, and then here in app, you have to have a return here, or else if nothing's getting returned, it's just getting declared and never used. So that's what we fixed. So refresh here. You will have an error in your console. That's okay, we'll take care of it momentarily. But let's talk for a second about our input here. how does React work? How does React know when to re-render? Because basically, with the way that this component works here in search params.jsx is that it'll continually re-render this a bunch of times. These render functions get run a lot, which means that they need to be fairly fast. Every time an event happens in JavaScript, it re-renders everything, top to bottom. So you have to ask yourself, if I start typing into this input and I press a button and a top-level DOM event happens and React says, cool, the user did something, something probably changed, let me re-render myself, yeah? So if I type on this input and let's say I type the letter R, right? So you would expect it to say Seattle W-A-R, right? If I typed it like a lowercase r there. Well, what happens? I type in it, a re-render cycle happens. What is location? Seattle, Washington, with no R, right? Because nothing's changing this, right? So if I go back over here and I'm typing and I am literally hitting the letter R right now, nothing is happening. Because nothing ever changes location. So no matter what, I keep typing in here, nothing is happening because the event is happening and React is re-rendering itself. And nothing is updating that location. That's a problem, right? We have successfully broken the browser. So we need to be a bit more explicit about this controlled input, right? You can see here it's saying, hey, you provided a value prop without an on change. So it's actually, React is kind of ahead of you here, and it's like, I know you broke this, so you should go fix this. So let's make something that can actually change. We're going to use something called a hook. So I'm going to say up here, I'm going to import a thing called a hook from React. So I'm going to import useState from React. And I'm going to say const location and set location equals useState, and then whatever you want the default state to be. So that can be Seattle, WA, or whatever you want. For now, let's just do that and see what happens. And so now I have this thing called location, which is coming in from Seattle, Washington. And I need to tell it what to do whenever something changes on this input. So I'm going to say on change. And I'm going to give it a function. So it's going to take in an event, and then it's going to set location to be e.target.value. This set location function is what you call to let it know, like, hey, something changed, go update yourself. Okay, so now if we go back over here, it successfully updates. We successfully unbroke it. Now I'm going to set this to be empty string because by default I don't want to search in Seattle, I want to search everywhere, right? So now if I go back over here, by default it's empty, right? So let's talk a little bit more about these render functions. These render functions are meant to be totally stateless, right? So if I have some sort of like counter here, this is a terrible idea, so don't do this in production. Let counter equal 0. And every time this runs, I say counter ++, and then we'll just output like an H2 here of the counter. Right? This render function is getting called so many times. Every time, obviously, I'm clicking on it. We'll click a submit, I don't know, other stuff, right? So these kind of, they're called side effects, right? If we're using like the dumb functional programming, computer sciencey stuff, you're not allowed to have side effects inside of your render functions, right? So your render functions need to be fast and they need to be stateless, right? When I say stateless, it means that They're not modifying global ambient state. So like this counter here is an exact counter example to what I'm telling you, right? Like, don't do stuff like this. And get rid of that. Cool. So the way that you have state inside of a function is you use these hooks. So these hooks are then passed into React, and then React gives them back to you. So that's what this location is. It gives you some piece of state that you're allowed to keep track of internally to a React application. In this case, we're keeping track of the location, which can change depending on how the user updates their form. Yeah? And then you can have as many pieces of these like hook states inside of your application. Couple of rules about hooks. They have to be called every single time in the same order, which is to say, don't do things like if thing, you can't do this. You can't have conditional creation of hooks. They have to be created every single time in the same order, because the way that React is keeping track of these is this component calls these pieces of state in this order. So if you're putting ifs or for loops or things like that in there, you might be calling them out of order, and therefore you might get your state back out of order, right? So don't do that.
If you're able to set the location, how come you're declaring it with const?
Const it's a bit of a misnomer. If you're coming from like a background of like Java where you're expecting this to be totally immutable, it's not that. It's basically, I'm just declaring a variable here. And this only gets created once at the beginning of this function, and it's not getting reassigned. It's only ever getting reassigned when the entire function runs again, right? So within this scope, it never gets reassigned. It's just within this function body that it's declared, and it's never reassigned. That's why const works here. If that's confusing to you, feel free, by all means, call this let. There's zero harm in doing that. That's just up to you. So this is a hook, right? These things are called a hook. Anytime that you see use, that's a big like warning, or yeah, it's a sign in your head that you're working with a hook. By convention, all hooks start with use. React invented this kind of idea. I think it's fair to say. At least they made it popular in any case. And now Vue uses it. I think Svelte has some version of it. Hooks have gotten quite popular. So this is the default that it's given to the hook. But that's only for the first time it gets run. Every time after that, it's ignored. This function is what you call to update it. So that's when we're doing it here on the onChange. I always use set for mine, and even in my notes I used to use update, but now I've changed that to set because most people use set. But that's just personal preference. You don't have to call it that way. Oh, this destructuring probably looks a little strange to people. It is a little strange, to be frank. What is actually happening here? And I'll just write this out to be a bit more explicit for you to see what that looks like. It gives you back an array. So that's what this location hook is. Okay, and then const location equals location hook 0, and const set location equals location hook 1. So these 3 lines are equivalent to this 1 line here. It's just a shorthand of way of saying, like, I know this is going to give me back an array. Give me back the first thing as location. Give me back the second thing as set location. Does that make sense? That's just the API they decided to go with. It's frankly a little annoying, if you ask me, because it can be kind of confusing to new students, but here we are. That's what it is. You'll see that it's extremely common with hooks to do it that way. Okay. You can make your own custom hooks. We will talk about that later, but all custom hooks are other hooks bundled together as one hook. So eventually all custom hooks that you see, it's just calling a bunch of other hooks and they're bundling that into one more usable hook to use. And again, we'll do that a little bit later in the class. I'm showing you how to do function components with hooks. Later we'll see how to do class components, which is kind of the older way of doing components in React. One more ESLint rule here for you. I want you to npm install -D ESLint plugin react hooks at 4.6.0. This is an official ESLint rule from the React team to make sure that you use hooks in a good way. Okay. And then the only thing you need to do here is go back into your ESLint RC and just somewhere here, just put plugin react-hooks/recommended. That's the only thing I added is right there on line 7 to my ESLint-rc.json. Doesn't matter what order as long as prettier is last. Okay, and now just to show you what this is going to help you with, npm run dev. If false or something like that, I don't know, something like that, it's going to say, hey, you're putting this inside of a conditional. This is a hook. Don't put hooks inside of conditionals. Or don't put this in for loops or things like that, right? It catches kind of like the weird gotchas that hooks have, and it'll just warn you, like, you're using this a little incorrectly. It's mildly annoying sometimes, as ESLint in general kind of is, but it's very helpful, so I suggest you do that. Let's make some more inputs then here in search params. So we're going to have different kind of animals. Our API is limited to bird, cat, dog, rabbit, reptile. Okay, we're going to have an animals piece of state as well. So animal, set animal equals use state. By default, it'll have no state. And then under the location label, we're going to put another one of these, and it's going to be a label. It's going to be HTML4 animal. Animal. And this is going to be a select. And the ID is equal to animal. The value is equal to animal. The on change is going to be equal to this function that we're going to make. It takes an E, it gives back set animal to be whatever e.target.value is. Okay, and then here we want an option that's going to be empty. So I have this array of animals up here, and I just want to like render this out as like a list of animals that people can select from, right? I could go through and I could go make an individual option for all of these, but it'd be really nice to just like use this array to generate components, right? So what I can do here is I can use this curly braces to put a JavaScript expression. I can say animals.map animal, and it's just going to return an option for every key in there, right? So the key is going to be equal to animal, and the value here is going to be equal to animal as well. Now, if you remember, if you give React an array of components, it knows what to do with that, right? And what does map do? It takes an array of one thing and returns to you an array of something else, right? So the transformation that I'm applying here, for every one of these animals in here, for bird, cat, dog, rabbit, and reptile, it's going to return an option for each one of those. So I'm going to end up back with an array of React components, which React knows how to render, right? In other words, you use map a lot in JavaScript. Sorry, in JavaScript. Yes, in JavaScript, but in React in particular. So, if you're not familiar with map, let's just give you just a tiny taste here really quick. If I say I have numbers equals to 1, 2, 3, and I say numbers dot map, and it takes in a number and returns number times 2, what do I expect to get back? 246, right? Oh, num. So I took this array of 1, 2, 3, and I transformed it into the array of 2, 4, 6. This function here gets applied once to every single item in the array, and whatever it returns gets back in the new array, right? So I have this number of 1, 2, 3, I get back the 2, 4, 6. I doubled every item in that array, right? Same principle at play here, where I have an array of strings, and I am returning an array of React components, right? It's just basic JavaScript. That's not React in particular, it's just JavaScript in general. But just be aware that you're going to see this map everywhere. And again, we're using the parentheses for implicit returns here. You could absolutely make this curly brace and return and all that kind of stuff, but because we're just taking animal and returning an option for each one of them, implicit return is great. We're going to do the same thing here for breed. Const breed, set breed equals use state, and again, empty string here. Basically, it's going to be the same as this animal, so you can even copy and paste that, but we're just going to say breed, 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 set breed. And then we don't have an array of breeds yet. So we're actually going to go get that list of breeds from the API. So for now, just make like a const breeds equals an empty array for now. And then we're going to say, instead of animals, we're going to just say breeds here. And then breed for all these. So breed, 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 breed. Okay, so now I think if you go back over here, you should see location, that's working, animal, I have all these options for animals. That's what the empty option is here at the top, right? We put an empty option at the top of every one of these. I just wanted like the option for someone to like not select any animal, right? They could select cat, and it's like, no, actually I want to select nothing. I want to search for everything. That's what that's for. And then here, the breed should be empty at the moment. Okay. One more thing that we're going to add to breed here. We want to disable it, right? If there's no breed to search for at the moment, we haven't grabbed it from the API yet, we want to disable it. So what we can do here is we can say disabled equals breeds.length triple equals 0. So now if breeds has no length, which at the moment it doesn't, right? And so now, look, it's nice and grayed out. It'll only be available for someone to click once this breeds has any length, right? Which, again, we'll grab from the API. And again, this is just 3 equal signs put together. That's just my font combining them. So again, if I come in here and I put, poodle in here, now it has length. It's not disabled anymore. But now that it's empty, disabled. For example, if I put poodle in here, let's say I search for dog, and then I select poodle, and then all of a sudden I select cat. I mean, poodle cats sound kind of interesting, but they're also not real, right? So we probably don't want that. So how do we handle that? Well, same thing here. Whenever you set the animal to be something different on change, right, you can say set breed to be empty string, right? And now, every time that I set this to be something else, it clears out the breed, right? So they must have updated this JSX accessibility. You used to have to put on blur here as well, because I guess sometimes the change event wouldn't fire correctly if you're like tabbing through things as opposed to just clicking on them. It's not erroring on me, so I'm not going to put it on there, but if you'll see in my notes, I have on blur in there as well to handle the accessibility error. But if it's not giving me an error, then I'm not going to put it in there. Yeah, no, it should work, but it'd be nice to not have to repeat yourself, to have both of them. Well, in the next lesson, we'll talk about requesting from the API, which will be great. But for now, you can go, there's a milestone here, which is 04 hooks. If you need to catch up, go ahead and grab that from the project repo. And then we'll go on to effects. So we're going to start making some network requests now. So I have this app, and I need to make a request to an API to get a new list of breeds, right? Because every time I switch from bird, which is going to have parrot and cockatiel and cockatoo and things like that, and I go to cat, which is going to have tabbies and Maine Coons and things like that, I need to request a new set of breeds, right, from the API. So we're going to use something called an effect. Use effect. Okay, we'll do breed list in a second. We're actually going to do the search part first, so that you can actually search for pets from the API. So we are going to use still an effect for this. An effect is basically something that's going to happen outside of your component, right? So I have my location, animal, and breed, but then once I have those and user clicks submit, I want that to go out to my API and get a new list of pets so that the user can see what they've searched for, right? That's what these effects are for. It's like, go retrieve this from some other place or go do something outside of the life cycle of my component. So typically that's API requests. I'm going to say most of the time that's an API request, but it could be like, go get this from local storage, or go retrieve this from some other location, or go save this to an API, go post this to an API, or go save this to local storage. But it's something outside of your normal kind of life cycle there. Okay, so we're going to add another use state here, which is going to be pets and set pets equals use state. And that's going to be just an empty array of pets that we've retrieved from the API. And then here I'm going to say use effect, and this is going to be a function. Okay, and then at the beginning of whenever this gets set, I'm going to say request pets, and I'm going to write this function that's going to go out to the API and request pets from the API. Okay, and then here I'm going to make an async function called request pets. And const res equals await fetch backticks. Notice I'm using backticks here, not single quotes or double quotes, but backticks as the one next to the 1 on the keyboard. HTTP or HTTPS, either one's fine, I think now. pets-v2.dev-apis.com/pets question mark animal equals animal and location equals location, and breed equals breed. This is a template string if you're not familiar with JavaScript. And this is basically how you insert like a animal from here into it, right? That's what template strings are for. Okay, this is going to go out and fetch this from the API. We want the JSON back from it, so we're going to say const JSON equals await res.json. And then we're just going to call setPets, this function up here that we just created, with json.pets. Okay, so now we're going to have a whole list of pets coming back from the API. We would like to render that as well. So underneath our form here, underneath the form, but still inside of the larger div, we're going to say pets.map. It's going to take in a pet, and it's going to return a pet from ./pet, and we're going to pass in name equals pet.name, animal equals pet.animal, and breed equals pet.breed. Now, one more thing here before we close this off. We're rendering out all of these various different components. What happens if I filter my list differently so that I'm sorting by breed now instead of sorting by animal? So I have the same group of elements in my array, but I've decided to order them differently. According to React, all it knows is that array changed, and it doesn't know how it changed. So what it's going to do is it's going to destroy everything inside of that render tree and totally re-render it from scratch, which is unnecessary, right? It'd be better if it's just like, oh, you just re-rendered the same things, but in a different order. I'm going to, instead of destroy everything and re-render it, it'd be cool if I could just swap them, right? So you can give it this thing called key, and if you give it some sort of unique handle per thing, it can figure that out on its own. So each one of these pets has an ID. So if I give it this key pet equals ID like this, it can now have a handle on it, like, okay, I'm just going to swap these instead of destroying everything. And the other thing is React will yell at you until you give it a key. The key here is that, the key here, nice, good job, Brian. The key here is that it's a unique identifier per object in your array. So even if you swapped all of the various different things, the ID would be the same. So name would be a bad key here, right? Because if I have 3 different bingos, right, it's going to think that this bingo is the same as this bingo, and then it's going to get mad. So make sure that it's unique per thing. It has to be some sort of unique identifier. If you don't have a unique identifier, you don't have to give it one. A bad idea here is you can give it an index. But if I swap bingo from 0 to 3, the index doesn't follow it, right? So it's going to destroy and re-render it anyway. Or worse, it's like not going to work well. So don't do this either. Okay, so we did pet here. I imported pet at the top as well. Make sure you do that. And then one more thing here. An effect runs every single time you re-render the application. So you re-render this component by default. So this is going to request the pets every single time that I type, which is not what I want. I only want that on submit events, right? So how do we do that? You can give it an array of dependencies. And here, if I give it nothing, then it's only going to request it once at the beginning, and then it's never going to do it again, which is actually what I want. The only time after this that I want to call request pets is on submit, right? On the form submit, so that puts the user in control of when this researches for things. So let's go take a look at this, make sure it's working. You can see here, I'm getting things back from the API now, which is cool, right? But now, even if I click submit and things like that, it's not going to work. What happens if I wanted to automatically research every time they changed animal? Well, if I put animal in here, this is now telling React, hey, every time that animal changes, I want you to rerun request pets. So now if I do this, now it's doing it every single time that I change this, right? Which is kind of cool. But notice that it doesn't change every time I type in location. How would I do that? Well, give it location as well. And now, every time that I type in here, it's researching every time that I type something in there. Honestly, also not what I want. I really do only want it to, I don't want it to do it ever after the first time. So again, empty array, that's what I want it to do in the first time. It's going to give you a warning and say, hey, you have this request pets thing, and it's not a dependency on this. Like, typically what the exhaustive hooks rule wants you to do is it wants you to declare all of your dependencies, like every time this changes, please do that. It's actually not what I want right now. But it's looking for you to do this. And then it's going to say, like, well, this is not a good idea. Maybe you should move this inside of here. And so I was like, OK, I'll do this inside of it. And then it wants you to do it location, animal, and breed. And then finally, this is going to be satisfied. But this is not the behavior that I'm actually looking for, right? The behavior that I'm actually looking for is on submit for this to research. So what I had the first time was actually what I wanted. So I'm going to delete that. We're going to say on submit here. And this is a function. The first thing we're going to say is e.prevent default, because we don't actually want it to fully form submit, right? And then we're going to say request pets. This is now the behavior that we're looking for. So if I go over here and refresh, and I click cat, nothing has searched now, but if I click submit, now I get cats. That's the workflow I was looking for. Okay, I still have this like annoying like warning, right? So you can actually click on this, you can say disable React hooks exhaustive line for this line. And by doing that, now it's actually going to ignore that. I'm good. The way I actually have it in my notes is this way. So however you want to do that, I'm going to do it this way. Set not disable next line, just disable line. And there we go. You'll find that you'll do this somewhat frequently with exhaustive depths. That's why it's a warning and not an error. Even though it's a warning and like my CI would pass with this, I like to be explicit. Like I know that there's an error here and I am ignoring it because it's not the behavior that I wanted to describe with my code. Does that make sense? Do the dependencies make sense here? You're basically just telling like, hey, when do I run this effect again? And by giving it an empty array, the answer to that question is never run this again. Run it once so that the workflow here is it's going to do its first render without using this effect, and then immediately after that effect has finished, or the render has finished, so that you can like show a loading screen or whatever you need to do there. As soon as that's done, then run this effect. By giving it an empty array, you're saying, never do this again. After that very first time, never do it again. If I leave this off, now it's going to run all the time. No matter what, if it detects anything ever changing ever, look at that. Like it gets really janky. So don't do that either, because it's re-rendering every time that it calls pets, right? So don't do that either. Yeah.
Before hooks, would we have done this with component did mount? Is this effectively replacing component did mount?
Yes, that's exactly what it's replacing. I think it actually runs literally at the same time. So yeah, I think it's totally the same. We'll look at class components here in just a second, so we'll get more into the depth on that.
Is this a good example of best practices for using a third-party API in a form?
Yeah, this is exactly how you do it. We're about to get into React Query, which is kind of like the next level on top of that. But for pure React with nothing else, this is how you do it. Really the only way to do it.
Why is it necessary to run request pets initially?
So why is it, that's a good question. Why do I want to run it initially? Notice that this has a list of dogs, or a list of pets on load. If I don't run this effect, now there's nothing, right? Nothing loads on initially. So you want to do it so that something loads initially, right? Right, so now I have Luna and all that. So you're showing the user something. This is, we're up to 0.5 use effect. So if you're behind or want to just like copy that, that's where we are. Anything else to say about that? I don't think so. Cool. Oh, yes. This is called a controlled form. So we're using React to precisely control this form. This is actually not best practice. Typically what you would really want to do, because we're keeping track of location and breed and animal, and these, like, we actually don't need to. The only time that we ever really use these bits of information is on submit, right? If you're familiar with how forms work, you can just grab things off of the const form data equals new form data, blah, blah, blah. You can pull it off of the form, right? That's called an uncontrolled form, and then you don't have to worry about on-change events and stuff like that. You just let the browser handle all of that. We'll talk about this in like a little bit, but I wanted to show you first how to do a controlled form because it's a really succinct way of understanding how state works, but this is not the best way of doing forms. I'll show you that here in a little bit. Okay. So we have animal. When I select bird, I want to have a drop-down of the correct breeds, right? So that I see parrot, African gray, macaw, things like that. So we're going to build a custom hook to do that for us. We could totally just put in like another use effect here and just do that directly from within search params. But I want to show you how to clean this up and make it like really nice and make like a little reusable hook for us, so that we can say, instead of use effect request from API, blah, 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 what we can actually do is say use breed list, and we give it the animal and we get back a list of breeds. It's going to be really nice. So I want you to create a new file here in your source directory and call it use breed list. And here, there's going to be no JSX in it. So you can do .js or you can do .jsx. Doesn't matter. I'm going to do .js. I have no reason for that. If you want to be consistent, do JSX. If you want to say that there's no JSX in here, therefore I'm not going to put JSX, do that. I chose .js because that was what occurred to my brain like 2 weeks ago, so that's what I did. Okay. import useState and useEffect from React. Okay, I'm going to have some local cache here equals blah, empty object. And I'm going to export default function use breed list. That takes in an animal. So what this is going to do is it's going to take in an animal if it's seen the animal before. So if I do like dog and then I switch to cat and then I go back to dog, it's going to serve it from whatever from cache, right? So it's going to do like, all right, I got poodle and Jack Russell Terrier back, then I switched to cat and then I came back. Chances are the breeds, they haven't invented a new breed in the past 13 seconds, right? So we can probably just give them back the same list, right? Therefore, we're doing this local cache maneuver. So I'm going to say const breed list set breed list equals use state of an empty array. Const status set status. This is so you can like give back like I'm unloaded, loading, loaded, right? So that someone could like show different loading states based on that. And the use state, and then by default it's going to be unloaded. Okay. We're going to do a use effect. So if no animal, set breed list to be empty array, right? If they pass me an empty string here or null or undefined, I have no breed list, just send it to be an empty list. Else if local cache, if I've seen it before in my local cache, then set breed list to be whatever is in local cache. Okay. Else request breed list. Okay, here, inside of the use effect, very essential here, be inside of the use effect, async function request breed list. So we're going to write the function that we call here. Set breed list to be empty, and set status to be loading. Okay. From here, const res equals await fetch http:// or s. I think it works on both SSL and not. pets-v2.dev-apis.com/breeds, and then animal equals animal. So we're going to request from this API that Frontend Masters runs a list of breeds. Const JSON equals await res.json. Okay. Local cache equals of animal. So we're going to save it. If we call request breed list, this means that we didn't have it before, so we want to save it. Equals json.breeds. And if that doesn't exist, then just set it to be empty array. Set breed list to be local cache animal. And then set status to be loaded. Okay? So now we have this huge effect. When does this effect rerun? When what changes? When animal changes. Every time that the animal goes from dog to cat, we want to request the new breed list again. Yeah? So run this whenever animal changes. And then at the end, you're going to return breed list and status using the same weird tuple methodology. It's a Python word if anyone's coming from a Python language, or computer science, but it's dumb. Apparently the correct way to say it is tuple, but that sounds dumb, so I say tuple, which is incorrect, but sounds better. Okay, so here we are. I told you that custom hooks are basically just other hooks packaged together, right? So we called useState and useEffect a couple of times in here, and then we're packaging this up so that now later all I have to do is say use breed list instead of blah, right? So I took like a really ugly bit of code and I encapsulated it. Now, this is now testable, reusable, and now I can have this really nice black box that I feed an animal and I get back out breed lists. And now I can go back into search params.jsx and I can say import use breed list from use breed list. And instead of having breeds here, I can just say const breeds equals use breed list animal. And voila, I will always have a correct breed list now. Let's just go make sure that I'm not making stuff up, which I am wont to do. Bird. I get all these nice looking birds back. I change this to be cat. Get cats back. And if I go back to bird, let's just look at our network tab just to make sure that our caching is working correctly. Trash that. All right, so now I have animal. If I go to dog, I expect it to make a request, right? It does, right there. You see it. If I go back to cat, okay, it makes one. If I go back to dog, I expect it to not make a request, right? It didn't. And yet I see all the dog breeds here. Cool. Pretty slick, right? Like it's kind of a nice way of encapsulating. There are people that will tell you that they actually never do effects directly in any of their components. They always make a custom hook for all of the effects that they have. It's not the worst idea, I've heard. I don't do it because I am lazy. And sometimes if I have a one-off effect, then by all means, I'll just stick it directly in the component. If I use effect like twice or 3 times, custom hook is a really good idea for that. Or something like this. I'm only going to use breed list in this particular application, but it was nice to get a lot of code out of this one search, because how long would search params be if I had all that in there? It's already a 90-line component. It's nice to not be 120 lines, right? So if I can encapsulate a lot of complexity into a custom hook, that's a good place to do it as well. But what I'm trying to delineate here for you is it's a personal choice of where you put the things into custom hooks versus when you don't. So there's extremes on both sides. As with most things, I try and be somewhere in the pragmatic middle. Yeah, Dustin, do you have a question?
Why is request breed list inside useEffect? And if the function inside of useEffect calls an async function, doesn't it have to be async?
Okay. Why? We'll answer them one by one. Why is request breed list inside of the useEffect? Well, what's nice about this, doing it this way, one, React encourages you to do it this way. So if you move it outside like this, it's going to say, hey, you haven't actually said that request breed list is in here. So then you say request breed list, and this is like, okay, well, it makes dependencies on side of that, so therefore you should move it inside. So one, React is just going to encourage you to do it this way. That's probably the primary reason, is so that ESLint stops yelling at me, which I do a lot of things to get ESLint to stop yelling at me. Probably childhood trauma or something like that, I'm not really sure. But the second reason is that This is all coming up as part of like one effect, right? This is atomically what you want to happen after every single time that this re-renders, and so you want this effect to happen that way. And so it makes sense to group all of these things together. So request breed list is all happening at the same time. It all has the same closure. It all has the same state. It just makes it for a nice, tidy individual effect. So that's the reason why we put it in there. You're asking for the async effect. Why are we doing this? Like, doesn't this have to be an async function, and which makes this an async? The answer to that is no. So an async function, the only thing that's different externally from a normal function is whenever I call request breed list, because it's an async function, what does it return? A promise. Every async function returns a promise. Whenever, in fact, you can see this. You can see the type up there that it says promise, right? So if I said const promise equals blah, this is now a promise that I could then await somewhere else, or I can do a dot then here. But you can see here, I'm just ignoring whatever it returns, right? So because I'm not doing anything with return, I don't have to do anything about it. Which is why I put this in an async function in the first place, is because I wanted to do async await inside of here, and you cannot make effects async because, for reasons. We could get into it, it doesn't really matter. Suffice to say that the only thing that you can return in effect is a non-async function. Does that have to be non-async? No, it actually could be async. Anyway, you have to return a function. So if you want to do async await inside of an effect, you have to make an async function inside of the effect. It's just how that works. Yep, that last sentence probably sums up better everything that I said before, so just stick to that. If you want to do async await inside of an effect, you must create an async function inside of the effect. Cool. Other questions? A question that someone might ask me is like, why are we doing status if we're just ignoring it inside of search params? It makes it really easy to test if you do it that way, right? So later in intermediate React, when we go over the testing module, you basically wait for that to become loaded, and then you can write tests, right? And by tracking that status throughout the entire thing, it allows you to write easy tests for it. So just a suggestion, if you have a custom hook that is doing something that you have to like wait on, I would recommend tracking a status, because then later when you go to do tests, it makes it very easy to test. So we have reached 06 custom hooks. If you need to hop there, that's where we are. But otherwise, this is looking pretty cool, right? You can change this and like it just updates. I don't know, that for me that was just like a magic moment. Like, okay, React can do some cool stuff. I just kind of described the data dependencies and things just happen. Cool. Yeah, so we actually already did this. That's funny. So in search params, so we just did this form on submit, right? So on submit, we say prevent default, which prevents the form from actually literally submitting, and then we just call request pets. So you can see here we have on change and on submit. There's on mouse over, there's on mouse up, on key down, on pointer events. I left a link to the docs there. You can go see like all of the event reaction things you can do. One other thing I was going to say, not that it super matters, but this E here, which we're definitely treating just like a normal DOM event, technically is a React synthetic event. Generally doesn't matter. It has all the exact same APIs as a normal DOM event, but sometimes it actually does matter that it's not literally a DOM event. It's a fake DOM event. Usually TypeScript, because TypeScript will get picky about what kind of event it is. So file that somewhere under your brain of like maybe useful in TypeScript stuff. It's a pretty big pile in my brain.
Is that what they call the virtual DOM?
Yeah, it's part of it. I mean, it bears addressing. You know, React is a big virtual DOM, but notice I haven't said virtual DOM. I mean, we're hours into this course, right? And I have not said virtual DOM. Why have I not said it? Because it is absolutely the least important part about how React does anything, right? It's an implementation detail that you never have to know or care about. But the general way that React works is it has the real DOM, which is slow, and you have a fake DOM, which is fast, the virtual DOM. What React does is it makes a big fake DOM, and then it figures out everything that's the minimal change set that it needs to do to update the DOM, and then it reaches over and does all the slow stuff, but it minimizes how much of that interaction has to happen. That is the virtual DOM. It's how React works underneath the hood. Generally, you never have to care. But it does a bunch of stuff to keep track of that. So you can just never worry about the virtual DOM. It was a big buzzword when React came out. Everyone was talking about the virtual DOM, and now everything has some variety of it. Okay, so that was just handling user input. That's fine. We're all done with that. Let's go on to component composition. So just kind of like a rule of thumb, something like this where like I'm rendering out a pet and like a list of them. This is a good kind of place where like it makes sense. Like maybe I should extract a component out of this. Like for example, this results thing where like I have like a list of pets and that renders out a bunch of pet components. That could be reusable, right? Like I could use that here in the results page. I could use that in like an admin page where I'm just showing a list of pets. Like basically something that like you give it a list of pets and it displays a bunch of nice looking pets for you. That seems like it's kind of a good candidate for a reusable component, right? So I'm trying to help you figure out when should I pull things out and make them their own component. When something should be individually testable or individually usable, or if something's just getting too big. Like this search params page, like 90 lines. That's pretty long for a React component. I'm not going to give you any sort of like ceiling, but if you have like a 300 line or a 500 line React component, it's probably too long. There's probably candidates in there for stuff for you to pull out. Smaller, single purpose components are easier to read, they're easier to understand, and when you can do it, you should do it. Even if it's not reusable, smaller things are easier to understand, easier to wrap your mind around, easier to share. So this is a good thing here. So we're going to pull this out, and we're going to make a results page. So I'm going to make a new file here, put it in my source directory, and it's going to be called results.jsx. It's going to import pet from pet./pet. Const results, all it's going to do is it's going to take in the props, and I'm going to pull out the pets part of the props. That's what this is. This is just destructuring, and I'm expecting a prop called pets, and it's going to pull that out. So that's what this is. And this is going to return a div with the class name equal to search. And if there's no pets length, if pets has no length, we're going to do what's called the ternary. So if I have an array of length 0, it's just going to say in an H1, no pets found. Otherwise, it's going to do pets.map and this is going to be a pet component, and then we're just going to give it all of our things. Now I'm going to show you like a little thing that you'll see, and I don't want you to do it, but I'm going to show you how to do it. ... pet. Oh, and then you would need a key. So key equals pet.id. I don't like this, but it works. So let's talk about what it is, why, and why I think you should do it the other way. This is called the spread operator, which is, it's not precisely the same as the JavaScript one, but you can think of it as functionally equivalent. You're basically saying that I have a bag of properties here inside of pet. I want you to spread them out over as if I had done animal equals pet.animal, key equals pet.id, name equals pet.name, breed equals pet.breed, right? All of those individually, you're just saying spread this out, which is actually literally what we're about to do. So why don't I like this? It's very implicit. You're basically saying pass everything along. Do I want to pass everything along? I don't know. Maybe today I do, but tomorrow maybe we're going to add more things from the API. This is better to be explicit that this component expects these things and therefore is receiving these things. Because sometimes you'll be looking at the props as like, where the hell did this come from, right? And if you're just doing the spread operator everywhere, I think there's some performance implication, but who cares? Like, what's more important here is that you're being explicit of like, the pet component expects this, therefore I am giving the pet component this, right? It makes the contract here explicit. The reason why I show that to you is you're inevitably going to end up at a company where someone thinks it's a good idea, and you're going to go up to like, I know that this is a bad idea, and that you are full of crap. Because that is how to be a good coworker. Someone's looking at me, he's like, I'd never want to work with Brian. You know, that's probably smart. That's probably smart. Images equals pet.images. Location equals. Okay, so one thing I will say, where it is appropriate to do what I just told you not to, if you have a component that's meant to be a total pass-through component, where like it's not meant to do anything, all it's meant to do is take in something and then apply some effect and pass it onward, and it doesn't actually need to know anything about that, by all means use the spread operator, right? Because you're basically explicitly saying this component does not care what's passing through it. That is totally okay. And by the way, if you ever use TypeScript, which you will in intermediate React, you have to do it this way anyway. So it's just good to get in that habit because everyone's using TypeScript these days. All right, location, pet.city, pet.state. Okay. And then down here at the bottom, make sure you, as always, you export results. Export default results. Cool. Search params, come back here where you have this pets thing here, put results, and we have to pass it in pets, right? So I deleted that like pets.map business from search.params, and I passed in pets here. And then you can get rid of pet up here because we're not using that directly in search params anymore. And then make sure you're importing results from results. Okay, so if we have done our job correctly, you should look something like this. The reason why it's styled differently is we gave it a div with the search class, which gave it some style. And now if I put some random stuff in here and submit, you'll get like a no pets found, which is a nice way of letting a user know. I went and searched for it, didn't find anything. This is what you get. I know some of you also are thinking like, location doesn't work super well. That's because it doesn't. It's just doing some basic pattern matching. I did not put like a Elasticsearch here or anything like that. So just be aware that even though you're searching for Seattle, Washington, it's just doing basically text search. Real quick, let's go make pet look a little bit nicer. Pet.jsx. All right, so just delete all of this. Let's replace props up here with name, animal, breed, images, location, ID. We're gonna have a hero image, so let hero equal http:// pets-images.dev-apis. dev apis.com/pets/none.jpg. And then if images.length, then hero is images 0. Okay, and then down here, you can delete all of this markup. href equals, we're going to make a details page here in a little bit, so details/id. Class name equals pet. Div class name equals image-container. And then this is going to be an image. Source equals hero. Alt is assigned name. And then you're going to have div class name equals info. h1 of the name. And h2, we're just going to give it like a little like info thing here. So there's a bunch of ways to do this. You could totally do this with like animal, breed, location. Or you can do it with a template string like I have in my notes. Both of them work just fine. Oh yeah. VS Code will always warn you when you do M dashes. Do you know what an M dash is? It's like a longer dash. That's what this yellow outline is. If I just put like a minus sign there, then it's fine. Force a habit there. If I'm doing text, you're supposed to do an M dash and not a minus if it's text, right? Not that it really matters. Okay. So now we should be able to pop back over here and you should get like an actual fairly nice looking page. So that's Luna, that's my dog. And then Buna and Olive belong to Frontend Masters staff. And then Pseudo and Beam belong to Sarah Drasner. And then the rest are just random stock images I found.
So Pseudo Get Me a Beer actually works.
It does, yeah. And Beam is named after the Erlang VM. Yeah, Sarah has nerdy dogs. They are sweethearts, though. I really do like Sarah's dogs. Buna, however, is a tiny jerk. This was just stylistic. I mean, the only thing here that might be interesting to you is like we're doing like a default image here, right? So let's just, I think if I refresh this, then it just has like a little placeholder image, right? So if one of these animals came back without an image, that you'd have like a nice little placeholder. That's the point of that. We don't have a good loading experience right now. Basically, it's just like, right now our API is fast enough that it doesn't matter, but imagine if we had 10 million users on the website for some reason. This would slow to a crawl and they'd have like some really bad experience. Or even if we're like on, here, let's just put it on like slow 3G for a second. Like, this is kind of painful, right? Not rendered, no pets found, and then like eventually it shows up, right? Not great. It'd be much better if we had some sort of like loading kind of hydration going on. We'll get there. But for now, we're still working through just getting the information there at all. Yeah.
Does Pseudo have admin privileges?
No. And we've informed the admin of your request. That's a dumb Unix joke for you. Which, by the way, if you want to get that joke, there's a course on Frontend Masters from yours truly about Linux and the CLI. And I make that joke in there. We are up to 0.7 component composition. The lesson that I wanted you to take away from here is when your components start getting really big and start doing a lot of things, just break it down into smaller components. Even if you're not reusing those components, totally fine. For example, we're not going to do it in this class, but this could be like a good like stretch goal for you once you're beyond this class. It'd be a good idea to move this form into its own component. And so that search params would be div, and then it'd be like form, and then results. And then all it did was marshal state around. It would be a much cleaner implementation of this. That's kind of the background thread that I want running in your brain when you're writing React, is like, can I break this down into more succinct parts? Now, you can go totally the opposite direction, have way too many components, also a bad idea. One, when you start getting like thousands of components that are like building onto each other, it gets really slow. So that actually is a real performance concern. And it gets nonsensical of like, okay, tiny thing makes slightly less tiny thing that makes slightly less tiny thing. You can get lost in the indirection. So please just balance it. And that just comes from doing it and experience. But like, if all of your components are like 10 lines, you're doing too much decomposition. Build your things back up into bigger, more macro parts. So let's go back to our course website here for a little bit. We're down here on DevTools. So a couple of notes here. Right now we're doing React development in development mode, which means when we see errors down here in our console, they're like really nice errors, right? They have, hey, you're doing this, maybe think about doing this. Here's a link to something like that. The development package for React is 4 times bigger than the normal production package. So please do not ship the development mode React to production. It's slower and it's bigger. Famously, Slack did this forever. Like when you were using Slack, their Electron app was shipping you the development package for React. It's a desktop application. It wasn't the end of the world, but it did make Slack slower. So the way that you change that, which Vite handles for you automatically, so if you're using Vite or you're using Parcel, don't even think twice about it. But if you're doing something like Webpack, you do have to care, what is the node env set to? So like when you can set environmental variables in Node. If node env is equal to development, you are shipping the development version of React. If it's equal to production or I think anything else, you will get like the production small version of it. When you have an error in the production version, it basically says like, hey, there's an error. Go copy and paste this into Google and it'll take you to what the error is, but it doesn't give you any useful error messages. So that's number one. React has something called strict mode, which basically, it helps you be ready for React changes that are coming. So basically, like if they had some big thing that was coming in React 19, which they don't at the moment, as far as I know, they'll put that into strict mode first to let you know, it's like, hey, you're doing this. This works now. It will not work later. We are not going to do that today. I used to do it during this course, but they started doing a thing where they render your app twice to make sure that you don't have side effects that are not happening consistently. And I think it's dumb, and I don't like it, so therefore I'm not doing it. I don't get it. Like they run all of your API requests twice. They do a bunch of stuff like that. It didn't make any sense to me, so right now I don't use strict mode. Whenever they do away with that nonsense, then I will put strict mode back in, but that's up to you. You can definitely right now, all you have to do is come into your app.js and just wrap your app in strict mode like this. It comes from React. That's it. That's all you need to do to put it in strict mode. It doesn't slow down your app or anything like that. It doesn't ship anything additional to production. It only does anything in development mode, but that's what strict mode does. To prove my point here, if I go to network and I look at XHR, notice that it calls this twice. That annoys the hell out of me, which is why I don't do it. Specifically, that is the only reason why I don't like it. Everything else is great about strict mode, but I don't like that they do it twice. And I'm not the only person that doesn't like it. That's number 2 that I have here. Last one is we're going to talk about DevTools. React has its own DevTools. And let's go install that. I don't think I have that on Chrome at the moment, so let's go do it. Just search for React DevTools. And if you're using Chrome, search Chrome. Or if you're using Firefox, search that. It's this one. And you just click Add to Chrome. Okay, so now I come back over here. Let's just try opening a new tab. Okay, it's good so far. There we go. So you should see some showing up in here, components and profiler. This is basically like a little explorer for you to use for your dev tools, right? So I have my app component, which is like everything. I have the search components, or search params, the results, which you can see are over here, pet components, and then I can click on them. I can see the state. Something kind of cool is I can like modify it, so I can say Seattle kind of WA, and I hit enter. Notice that it modifies that over there. So you can actually mess with the state. If I click here into results, I can see the props that are being passed in, right? You can't mess with props. I guess that's not something I've said out loud, but I think it makes sense. If I go over here into results and I'm getting these props are read-only, right? They come in as properties. If I modify the props, it doesn't modify what the parent is passing in. So props are read-only, state is mutable, but or like, you know, use state and hooks and things like that. So by the same token here, I cannot mess with these here, right? Oh, interesting. It wants me to put it in strict mode. Well, no, I don't want to. Can't make me. It'll tell you where it came from, which is nice, like the source, right? That's cool. It can tell you like the render path here, which is also good. And then there's a profiler here as well. So if I do that and then refresh the page and then stop here, it's going to give me like a burn down of like what took so long, why it took so long, timeline, ranked. It gives you a bunch of stuff here. Like if you really want to get into the depth of the performance of your application, this is it. This is available in Chromium, so this works in Edge, Brave, Vivaldi, any of those. It also works in Firefox. They don't publish Safari anymore. They used to, but they don't anymore. So please use the DevTools. They're awesome. It's like an essential part of being a React developer is using these extensively. We are on to React capabilities. I was struggling with like section names, so I just made that up and haven't come up with a better one. So capabilities, which is different than core React concepts. Naming is hard. Anyway, we are talking about React Router. React Router keeps me coming back here and teaching my class, so thank you to React Router. They have a habit of drastically changing between versions. So if I have one warning about React Router, it's that there's a really good shot that version 7 is going to require a big rewrite, and version 8 and version 9, because they've done it like 3 or 4 times already. That's meant as a mild, maybe suggestion to them to not have to change it dramatically every single time. But again, it keeps me coming back and teaching this course, so by all means, keep doing it. That's mostly in jest. It is true that they've changed it a bunch, but the thing that I applaud them for doing versus other libraries, when they figure out something that's better, they just do it. They change everything and they make everyone come along for the ride. Lots of other frameworks, notoriously someone like Ember, they just keep all of their cruft around forever. Which is better? Probably somewhere in the middle, if we're being honest, but here we are. The one thing that they have done really well is they provide detailed upgrade guides, and where possible, they try and provide some backwards compatibility or shimming or things like that. So they give them lots of credit for that. So in previous versions of this class, I've taught previous versions of React Router. So if you need that, by all means, go do that. This is React Router version 6. I have taught Reach Router before, which was written by Ryan Florence, which is half of the React Router team. So I've also taught that before. React Router is made by the same people that make Remix, right? Remix is like a up-and-coming, very hot framework for server-side rendering and generation of React. It's kind of a competitor to things like Gatsby and Next.js. It's very cool. There's a course from Kent C. Dodds on Frontend Masters about Remix. So if that's your jam, check out Kent's course. But today we're just talking about React Router, which is part of Remix. It's like the top part of Remix. There's a like lower level of Remix that we're not talking about. Okay. It's by far the most popular client-side router. There's a couple other ones that are more minimalistic and honestly less featureful than React Router. But to be totally frank with you, React Router is so much more popular than everything else. It would be irresponsible for me to talk about anything else. So why do we need a router? This is going to be a single page application that has two routes, the search page and the details page. As you might imagine, there could be 30 pages. We're just going to do 2 today, but you could totally have a lot of pages. So let's go make a details page. I'm just going to copy this directly because it's really short. New page, details.jsx, paste, save. This is going to be our new page called details. And we want to make this app have 2 pages, so we're going to need an external library, React Router, DOM specifically. So I'm going to say npm install, no capital D because this is a production dependency, react-router-dom at 6.4.1. Okay. I'm going to run my server again. Great. So now I have React Router DOM available. And I want you to go to your app.jsx file. Up here at the top, I want you to import browser router, routes, and route. So routes plural and routes singular. Okay, delete search params there. We're going to wrap this whole thing in browser router. And whatever you wrap in browser router is where browser router is going to be available for use. It's conceivable that you could have different routers in different parts of the page. Let's say you had a contextual side nav that navigated independently of your main page. It would make sense that you would have 2 different browser routers kind of handling that. I've never done it, but it's in theory possible. Okay, inside of this, we're going to have, I guess I get rid of the div here. Interesting. Okay, well, dump the div. We're going to have this routes component. And then we're going to have 2 route inside of it. Route path equals /details/:ID. And element equals details. And then you're going to have a route. Oh, and then I have to close that. Route path equals / and element equals search params like that. What did I mess up here? Oh, I need that. Okay. Oh, and then import details at the top. Import details from details. Okay, now we're good. So just to make sure that I'm not out of my mind here, go back to your page. Where's my adopt me? Now if I refresh, if you remember, we made this a link, which looks like I messed that up. Why did I mess that up? Oh, you know why? I bet you in results we didn't pass it in, did we? Nope. So here in results, make sure you say id equals pet.id. So my issue that I was seeing here is that I was noticing that the ID was undefined in the route. So you have to pass that in the results page, so pet ID, then that's going to be used here for the aref to go to the details page, right? So now, if I click on Luna, it'll take me to the details page where it says hi, right? And I can go back and it still works. So a few things here. I'm just going to give you some disclaimers about what's changed recently about React Router. First of all, if you remember, we used to have a switch component, which would only render at most one route at a time. And it went in order of like which one was the most important one, blah, blah, blah. That's all gone, right? It now has this like scoring mechanism. It only renders one route at a time. So it used to be that like if I went to the slash page, because technically both of these would match the slash, it would render both of those at the same time. That's weird, right? You wouldn't expect that. They fixed a bunch of that stuff. And then the other thing that they used to do, which they don't do now, they used to have like details would be a child inside of the route component. They don't do that anymore. You now use this element prop. If none of that means anything to you, then great, just learn this. I'm just telling you what happened between React version 5 and version 6. The path here, so we have this :id. What is that there for? That means that this is a variable. So if I click like here on Bunahaben, notice that there's 2 here. This is the ID. So the ID is the variable that you're coming out of your path. So now I can access this ID inside of my details page. So that's what that is for. I think that's mostly it. We're using the browser router. There are a couple other kind of routers. There is hash router. So hash router, I think we can probably even just see really quick if that's helpful. Well, yeah, hash router. This would, have you ever seen routing that instead of having like details like this, it'll have like the pound here. So it's like, it's happening on the end of like the pound there. That's what hash router is for. In general, if you can avoid it doing it that way, please do. You're going to end up with way better SEO and a bunch of other stuff like that. The only reason that you would ever want to do it that way is like, let's say you're on Django and your Django server is very inflexible what kind of routes that it can add, where you can't go and add browser routes for every single variation of that, and your server wouldn't be able to handle that, in which case hash router would save the day there, because then you can define one route as like, all right, here's my single page application. Everything goes to this route. That's fine. If you can avoid that, please avoid it. There's also, we'll see static router later. That's for server-side rendering of React apps in Node. So we'll do that later. This link is working for our details page, right? So if I click on Bunahaben, it takes me to the correct link. However, what a better way of doing this, instead of doing, let's go back to pet.jsx. Instead of doing an A here, it's better if we do const or import link from React Router DOM Y. Whenever I click this, it's actually going to do a full refresh of the page. Not great. It'd be better if the server side, or sorry, the browser router could just handle it, where like React Router could capture the event and then route without forcing the user to totally refresh the page. It's just going to be slower. It's going to take longer. React has to rebootstrap. That can be expensive on like a low-end device. So if I do link instead of A, it'll still be a link tag. I can still give it a class name. Instead of giving it an href, you give it a 2 like that. And now it's not going to be a full page refresh. It captures it all on the client side. Works way better. A+, everything works. The other, like big shout out I'm going to give to React Router, why I think it's superior to other routers. It's very accessibility focused. Like, they take great care in getting the accessibility right, which is something I deeply appreciate about it. Because routing and accessibility are hard when they go together. I'm on Luna here. Let's say I want to get this ID here out of the path. How do I do that? Well, let me introduce you to your friend, use params. So go to details.jsx. At the top here, import use params. You see use here, you should be thinking this is a hook, because it is. Let me introduce you to this magic. Const ID equals use params. There you go. And now replace hi with ID. Look at that. It's correct. Right? So I'm clicking into all these pages, and it's giving me the correct ID for all the various different pets I'm looking at. How? Magic. No, I'm just not magic. It's something called context. You and I are going to do it directly here in just a second. But basically what's happening is you have app.jsx here. We put this browser router component around our application, which is making this thing called context available to components underneath it. So it's basically passing it into this like side store of data. And then when I come back over to details, it's like, when I say use params, it's like, okay, I assume that a browser router is available. So I'm going to reach into a browser router and pull out something called the ID. And that's where this ID comes from. It's coming from that browser router component in the app.jsx. Does that make sense? So in other words, if you delete this, then let's just do it for fun. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to make this a div for a second. So now if I refresh the page, it's going to say, hey, you're trying to use routes and stuff like that with a bunch of stuff. It would basically give you an error. It's giving me a lot of errors because a lot of the stuff actually depends on browser router being there. But use params does not work without a browser router to provide it with the information. That's my point there. Use params here gets the ID from the browser router, which it got from here.
Which we can see in the DevTools. Is it?
Yeah, should be able to see that in the DevTools as well. Components. I mean, you can see all of the indirection that this is all coming from browser router. So if I look at details, which I'm in, we should results, app, browser. I don't know what's going on there. So details, here we go. Props, params, you can see that it's getting this from context. The context is getting this from matches. Matches has this 0, 1. The params is here. So that's another useful tool for finding out where is this information coming from. One more thing here. Let's make this a clickable link here at the top. So import a link up here at the top as well from React Router DOM. And we're just going to give it a header and a link to /adopt me. And now I get this nice little link here at the top that I can click on to go home, which is kind of what the behavior you expect, right? If you're getting a use href error, that's one that I've seen before, just make sure that the header is inside of browser router. That's 80% of what makes React Router useful that I've just shown you here. There's other stuff for sure, but it's for basic client-side routing. we're going to talk about React Query, which is new to version 8 of this course. I kind of held off on doing it for a while. I had been using it myself in my personal projects, but it felt kind of optional, not totally best case. And I think the React community has moved far enough along that React Query is not really optional anymore. Basically, everybody uses it all the time. So you know that all that information, like the rigmarole that we did in the use breed list to like capture this use cache and all this kind of stuff, where like it makes requests to an API and then it caches it, and if it's in the cache and it serves it, if it's not, React Query just does all this stuff for you. You basically say like, all right, here's a key, here's a URL, here's a refetch method, that's it. And then React Query just handles everything for you. So that's what we're going to use today. The cool thing about React Query is it's not just React now. It works in Angular, it works in Svelte. I think they're making it in Solid. They're doing a bunch of stuff now. So it now exists outside of just React, which is pretty cool. And here is the secret for writing long-term maintainable React code. The hardest part about React is use effect. The most bugs you're going to see, the most confusing thing about wrapping your head about when does this effect happen, does this cascade into other effects, which then cascade into other effects. It's the most cognitively burdensome part of React is effect. Right? Like describing to a person as like the full life cycle of how breed gets populated is several sentences with probably several caveats, right? The nice thing about React Query is that you're going to start removing effects from your database because it's basically going to handle all of your API requests for you. So here's my very loose rule that I would like to throw out to you. Minimize effects in your code. If there's a library that can handle it for you, do that. Where you have effects, try and contain them to small, testable areas. This is the secret to a long, happy life with React. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do that with your API requests, which is 95% the use case for effects anyway. So I want you to npm install @tanstack/react-query at 4.10.1. If you do npm install just react-query, you'll get version 3. They've released version 4. They now do it on this tanstack namespace. Okay? Start my server again. Okay, the first thing that we're going to have to do is in app.jsx, we have to instantiate the query provider. So up here, please go and say import query client and query client provider from @tanstack/react-query. Here we're going to create our client, const query client. There is a thought process where you could have multiple query clients throughout your app that maybe different parts of your app need to make requests to the same place and you don't want them to share a cache. I have no idea when I would ever want that, but it is possible. It's one of those times that I just feel like less flexibility is helpful here. But no one asked me. All right, so you're going to say query client equals new query client. We have to give it a config, default options, queries. And so basically it's going to ask you like, hey, how long do you want me to cache things? For our pet API and for our breeds list and everything like that, I'm not anticipating that a new pet's coming up for adoption every second, that it's probably fine for as long as the user's on a session. So the way that you say that is you say that the cache time is infinity. Again, stale time and cache time is infinity. Now, if you wanted to like cache for like 10 minutes, you could put that here. I can't remember, it's in milliseconds, right? So if I wanted 10 minutes, I would do, 1,000 times 60 times 10, right? This would cache it for 10 minutes. But I don't want that. I'm telling you, it's like, once you fetch something, don't refetch it. That's what I'm saying here. Same thing with cache time, stale time, both the same thing there. All right, so inside browser router, please put this component, query, client, provider. This works the same way as our browser router, that it provides context whenever we're going to do the use query later. And the client is equal to query client, like that. Okay, and then move your whole app inside of that. People will call things like browser router and query client provider higher order components, that they're basically like wrapping components that they themselves don't display anything, right? Just because I put this query client provider around my application, it's not displaying anything, right? All it's doing is providing context to components underneath it. That's the whole idea here. It's kind of an awkward API, but it's also like, maybe there's a part of my app that I don't want that context available to. You can only wrap certain parts of it. There's ideas like that. Okay, so now we have a query client available to us. Let's go write a method for fetching pets. This is what it's going to call on details.jsx so that we can go get the individual pet that we're looking at. So please create a file called fetch.pet.js. Again, you can call it JSX. There's going to be no JSX in here. It's just going to be a method of fetching. Const fetch pet equals, it's an async function. It takes in a query key. And then const ID equals query key 1. We'll see where that comes from in just a second, but just know, believe me for a second, that this is an array, and the second, the 1th element is going to be the ID. Const API response is assigned await fetch of http://pets-v2.dev apis.com/pets ID equals ID. That's going to go fetch your pet for us. Then this is a thing peculiar to React query. If it's an unsuccessful request, they want you to throw an error. Fetch will not always throw an error if you get like a 500. If it's a 500, we want to throw an error. So you're going to say, hey, if API res.status is not okay, not status, but rather okay, then throw new error and just give yourself a useful error message. So the one that I put here is details/ID fetch not okay. This is purely for debugging purposes, so just give yourself a useful error there. This is useful because then React Query is going to catch this, and it's going to know like this doesn't work, and you can now do like an on error and a bunch of stuff like that. But this is something, if you're going to use React Query, just get used to. You'll put this in basically every time. Okay, and then React Query expects you to return a promise, right? If you remember, async functions always return promises, so we're good so far. So we don't have to await the res.json. We can just return the API res.json, because what does this return? This returns it's a promise, right? You can see right there, it's a promise. What happens if I did return await? It works. It'll work just fine. But technically, we don't have to await here, so you'd actually miss a tick. If the word tick doesn't mean anything, it's a node term, don't worry about it. But you'd basically unnecessarily introduce like a millisecond of latency in there. So just a common thing that I see when people are writing React query. Okay, and then down here we're going to say export default fetch pet. Looks like I have an error here. I do. That should be there. Yeah, there we go. I had the backtick in the wrong place here. This is now a fetch method that is ready to be used with React query. So, talk about a couple things here. It's useful that this is in a separate file because now this is super easy to test, right? It's also, this would be useful outside of React query, right? This is just returning a method that if you call and you give it the correct query key, it's going to give you back the correct response, or it's going to give you back the result of a response to an API. Also cool, right? So that's another thing I appreciate about React query is it makes all the individual async parts of your code individually testable. It's always a positive thing. Okay, so let's go use this in details now. So we're going to import use query from @tanstack React query and import fetch pet from fetch pet. And we're going to say up here const results equals use query. So this is how use query works. We're going to give it a key of what we're requesting. So the first one we're going to give it is like the general overarching term. This is the details type of request. And then I'm going to give it the ID. This is the query key that's going to be provided to fetchpet.js. So when I'm pulling off the query key right here, that's where I'm getting the key to make the correct ID, right? It's coming from here. And then I give it this details. This could be any arbitrary caching key, right? And that's all this is, like the same sort of idea of like what you would provide to Redis or memcached or something like that, right? So this is basically say like, all right, store it here in your cache. So then it knows later, if I request the exact same key later, I'm going to get the exact same response. It's not going to go fetch that from the API again, because I gave it a cache time of infinity. Okay, and then I say, if you don't have that in your cache, run this. If you don't have details 5 in your cache, run fetchpet, and it'll go get it for you. Now I have results. That's going to be the results of whatever I have. I get to write this code that looks very synchronous, right? Which is super cool to me. The first time this comes back, it's not going to have available that cache, right? So it's going to give me back something. Notice I did not await here. You can't await in a render function. So it's going to give me back results is loading. And I'm going to say something like return div class name equals loading pane. Freudian slip there. H2 class name equals loader. And I just give it something that you want to spin. I gave it a spiral, but put some sort of emoji there that it'll just spin, right? So if it's loading on first load, it's just going to show that first, right? This is awesome because now I don't have to have like these big complicated things like, all right, if this is happening, do this. If this is happening, do this. Immediately the user is going to see something loading. And then as soon as fetchpet completes, it's going to go and re-render with the correct information. So it short circuits here, right? And I don't have to worry about after this. I can now assume past here, pet is available and pet has loaded. So I can just say const pet equals results.data.pets 0, like that. Because that's the shape it comes back from in the API. And now I can say div class name equals details. Another div h1 pet.name h2 pet.animal pet.breed pet.city comma pet.state. I don't need those dollar signs. Okay. Then we'll put a button there. It's a pet adoption site, right? So you're going to say adopt pet.name, a call to action. And then we'll have a paragraph underneath that with the pet.description. Okay. Let me make sure that I'm not out of line here. So if I click on Luna, you saw that I had like a nice little spinner there for just a hot second. If you want to see that a little bit longer, it just looks like this, right? Okay. And now we have this, button that doesn't do anything, but we have a more detailed pet page, right? But how cool is this, right? So I get to basically treat this like a synchronous hook, but it's fetching from an asynchronous API. And then I just have to do some bifurcation of like, if it's loading, do this. There's other things here, like there's results dot, and you can see here there's a is error, is fetched after mount. They give you a bunch of flags that you can check, or you can also just look at status, right, which will have like a text if you want to do like more of like a switch statement or something like that. There's also, like if you want to like manually yourself call refetch, you can just say results.refetch, and this will actually go back out to the API if you think it's stale and refresh it. There's a bunch of stuff. React Query is a really cool piece of software. We're not going to really scratch much more than this, but honestly, this is pretty cool already. Like, I think this is better than a use effect, right? This is more readable than a use effect, according to me. And here's the cool part. Again, looking back at our network tab. So, all right, I'm going to click on Luna. You can see here I got the pet's ID here. I'm going to go back. And I'm going to click on Luna again. Notice that it does not refresh Luna, right? It's keeping that in the cache. But if I go back and click on Buna, you see the pet ID there too, right? But I'm going to go back to Luna, no refetch. Pretty cool, right? Notice that every time I go back to the home page, I am refetching the general pets, search page. That's because that use effect is always running, right? Doesn't care that it's already fetched that before. It's just always rerunning that. So I don't know. This is pretty compelling to me. This is compelling to me enough that I basically always use this when I'm using React. Yeah, I'd rather write this in effects. So yeah, I use this all the time. Yeah.
What happens if fetch pet throws an error?
If it does, then you'll get results dot is error right there. And so I'm not being defensive here, but you would have another thing here, results dot is error, return okay.
Is your throttling still on? No.
No, so it actually tries to refetch 3 times. So it's going to make an assumption of like, maybe there's like an intermediate issue here. So it has some like exponential back off. There's a bunch of stuff that's really configurable, but by default, it tries 3 times with exponential back off, and eventually it'll show an error state. So then I ended up with, oh no, right? React Query has some really cool stuff built into it. So let's go refactor fetch breed list. It looks really similar to fetch pet, to be totally honest with you. Fetch breed list. And instead of calling pets, it calls breeds. And instead of this, it gets animal. And ID is that instead of breeds. Animal. That's it. That really is it. You could probably make some factory that generates endpoints for you, because you can see here they were basically the same thing. I usually tend to wait a while before I try and make an abstraction. I'm more of a like write it 3 times and then if on the 4th time maybe think about it kind of person, but that's just personal experience. Abstraction is generally your enemy when it comes to the good maintainable code. So this is, again, fetch breed list. Make sure this is breeds animal equals animal. Animal is coming from query key. If res is not okay, then fetch, do that. Res.json, fetch breed list. Okay, so this looks like it's ready to go. So we have all of this nonsense here in breed list. We've spent all this time making so pretty. And we're just gonna blow it away. Let's get rid of use effect. You can get rid of all this stuff. You're just gonna say import use query from tanstack, and then import fetch breed list from fetch breed list. Get rid of the local cache, and this is going to just turn into const results equals use query. Give it the cache key of breeds, and then we're going to give it animal and fetch breed list. Okay, and then here we're going to give it results, data, breeds. So this is basically saying, because remember the first time that it goes out to fetch, that it's not going to be available, right? It's going to give you a loading state back. So that's what this question mark period is doing, is basically saying, if this is available, then give me that. If not, don't give me an error. And then the question mark here, basically saying, if any of this fails, give me back just an empty array. So it's basically saying, if I don't have results for this yet, give me an empty array. Otherwise, give me the results. And this is results.status. Does that make sense? This is like ES 2021. It's a fairly recent feature in JavaScript. So if you haven't seen it before, very forgivable.
In the lesson plan, you have if no animal, return an empty array. Is that redundant with the question mark empty array?
Yeah, it probably is better to have that. Yeah, because you don't want to make a request with no animal. So yes, thank you. If no animal, so if you get a request for blank, then that means just return an empty array. We don't need to go to the API for that. And because it's an async function, this will all just work exactly how you want. Okay, so I'm going to argue this is significantly more simple. We went from having, what? How many lines was that before I messed with this? Uh, 35 lines to 7. Let's go make sure this works. I go home, nothing there, click on cat, that's all there. Go back to bird, these are all there. So it works the same way on far less lines of code. So it's kind of cool that you got to implement that how you would normally do it without like no help from a library, and just to see like, oh crap, like React query will actually do all of this for me. So yeah, question.
What is the type of the results object?
What is the type? It's a use query result. It's something that use query is. It's not anything native to the browser. It's something particular to use query. I am showing you how to get stuff from a database, right? Which is cacheable for the most part. This is also configurable on a request by request basis as well, right? So you can say, hey, by default, don't refetch things, but this request, this special one, refetch this every time, right? So you can set that on a query by query basis. I don't remember the exact syntax, but you can look it up on the docs. The one here that I have not talked to, because we're not posting to anything, is mutations, right? Or posts to or a put to an API, right? So that you will use something called, instead of use query, you'll do use mutation. And this allows you to post to a site. It won't cache it, right? It'll do all the correct things as well. Outside the scope of this class, I left the link to the docs down there. You can see how to do it down there, but it works mostly similar to what we're looking at here.
One last question here. What happens if you have more than one parameter in your API URL?
I think they're talking about this, which is to say, like here, I'm only using like one ID. It's a good question. If I come back to details, right now I'm only providing one here to this array, but this array can be as long as you want. Region. Let's say I had to request it regionally, right? And const region equals, I don't know, let's say ZH says CH or something like that, right? And so here, this had to go to a different region. If I go back here to, this is in fetch pet, const region equals query key 2. Like, right, it just, you can give it as many things as you want in that array. It can also be an object, by the way. In fact, we're about to see that. And so that would be another good option for this as well. So we just did, that was React-query. We have one more place where we're doing an effect. That is on search-params.jsx. I think we all agree now that use effect is the worst, and we never want to use it ever again. Yeah, we good? We good on this front? Cool. But we still have it here. We can get rid of it, and we can also do a second thing, which I wanted to teach you anyway, which is how to do an uncontrolled form. So here we have location and animal. So location and animal, where we're using use state to track them individually. We're not doing anything with location and animal other than just sending it to the API whenever we call request pet, right? It would be awesome if we didn't have to do that. We could just let the browser take care of it, and then we could just pull it out of the browser whenever we had a submit event, which you can. So let's go ahead and do that. So first of all, we reached the milestone of 09-React query. So if you're lost, you can hop over to that one. And then we're going to do uncontrolled forms right now. So first things first, let's go make our fetch search.js. And this is going to be an async function, fetch search with the query key. And then we're going to have const animal location breed equals query key 1. So there was a previous question about what happens if I have multiple things that I'm tracking. You can do something like this, where you give it, instead of an individual string, you can give it an object, right? So our query key here is going to be an object. React query is totally fine dealing with objects as well. Okay, and then const res equals await fetch http://pets-v2-dev-apis.com/pets animal equals animal and location equals location and breed equals breed. Same request that we're making in our use effect, we're just going to do it here. If res is not okay, then throw new error. Pet search not okay. Animal location breed. Just try and make a useful error message. That's what I try and do. Okay, otherwise you're just going to return res.json and export default fetch search. And there you go. That is our fetch search function. And now we have a few things to do to search params.jsx. So at the top here, remove use effect from React. We're going to import use query from tanstack react-query. And we're going to import fetch search from fetch search. Total side note, but obviously my organization of code here is messy at best. This is not a course in how to organize your code. Typically what I would do here is I'd have all my fetches probably in a folder. I'd have components in a folder. I don't know, there's a million ways to organize React components. There's also a school of thought of like, I'll have details in a folder with the component and all of its fetches and all of its styles and all of its tests, and it's all contained in one folder. That's another really good way of doing it. It's probably even better if we're being honest. There's a bunch of ways to do it. Suffice to say, do not take this as a course on how to organize your code. Okay, so we've done that inside the render at the top. Delete location and breed use state calls. So we're going to get rid of breed and location here. We're going to do this as an uncontrolled form, right? We still need to keep track of animal because animal feeds into breed list. That one has to be controlled, right? So you can even do these in kind of a hybrid fashion. Well, it'll make more sense as we go. Okay, we're going to have a request params function. So const request params. And we're just going to keep track of that as one top level set request params, piece of state, use state. And that the default state for that is going to be an object with location of being nothing, animal being nothing, and breed being nothing. So we have to do it this way, and I guess we'll get into this in just a second. But we don't want it to research every single time that a user types into location, or every time that they type into or change their animal. We want to wait until they click submit. So we're going to wait until we click submit till we set this request param. So that'll make sense in a second. Okay, we're going to get rid of request pets and the use effect, so just go ahead and delete all of that. I'm going to say const results equals use query search, and we're going to give it request params. And then we're going to give it fetch search to do when it needs to refetch. And then const pets equals results data pets or empty array. We already have like the no pets shown kind of thing, so we don't have to do too much for the loading screen here. Okay. So now we're not tracking location and animal. So you can actually even go and you can get rid of the value equals location. You can get rid of the on change here. You do have to go put name on this. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Name equals animal or location. The reason for this is how forms work. It's not a React thing. So get rid of the value here. Actually, no, you do have to do that one. Keep that one, that's fine. But on breed, get rid of value equals breed here and make this name equals breed. And then get rid of the on change. Okay. That's all good, that's all good. Now we need to go modify our submit event. So here, prevent default, we want that. Our object that we're going to set here is going to be this. It's going to be animal. It's form data. Oh no, we have to create the form data first. So hold on. Yeah, form data equals new form data with e.target. This is a browser API. This is not a React thing. Where you can feed it a form and it'll pull out all of the data on the form for you into an object. Const object equals animal form data dot get animal. And if it's not anything, then just make it empty string. And we're going to do the same thing for breed and the same thing for location. So animal, animal, breed, breed, location, location. Now we're going to have an object which is going to have the animal, the breed, and the location, which is going to be the current state of the form. Yes. And then here we're just going to say set request params to be object. Oh yeah, and you can drop this pet's use state up here as well. Where do I still have errors? Yeah, and don't need to do this anymore. Okay. All right. Make sure I'm not telling you sweet lies. Let's put dog, Havanese, and click submit. French Bulldog. Now what's cool about this, if I hit submit, notice how fast this is going to be. It's instant, right? Because there's no waiting anymore, right? Because it's cached that request because it's seen it before. So one, notice that we do not have any more location and breed being tracked by React. That's the uncontrolled form part of this. Much more common. I'll say more common. It's just a better idea to do it this way unless you have some sort of data dependency like we do with animal, right? Animal, we do have to feed into use breed list. So it's important that that is a tracked, controlled React part input. And then here we're just using the form data to make this request object, which we're using here. And then notice that we're just feeding this request object into here, right? It's critical that this doesn't change until we anticipate it to research, right? It's why we didn't just feed location directly into use query, because every time you would type in it, it would research, right? Because it would change the cache key. So that's why it's important that we do this a little bit of song and dance to use this piece of state here and not be careful to only update it when we want it to research, right? Does that make sense? Notice we're not doing the is loading thing. You could totally have some nice loader here. Here we're just relying on the fact that if we provide an empty array into results, it's just going to show that no pets are available, right? There's a better way to do that, but for now, you know how to. You can go do it on your own time. Might be something cool for you to do afterwards. We now have no use effect in our code, which is pretty cool, I think, right? This reads really well here. We now have this query. It goes out to our search API, and it has like a nice caching mechanism. It has backoff. It has error handling. It has a bunch of stuff that we didn't have to code ourselves, which I think is really cool. Questions about any of this? What do you think? Use query, yes or no? Do you like it?
It's a lot more code.
You think the use query is dirtier? I disagree. I want to hear why you think it's dirtier.
It's the amount of code that that you replaced, that you ripped out when you took it out.
So, okay. It's a valid point. I want to think about it a little bit further, because I would say we have less code. So fetch search, basically this is roughly equivalent to what request pets was, right? Back here in search params, we had to do more for the on submit event. That is an expanded amount of code for sure. But we got rid of all the use effect, which was here. And then we got to get rid of a bunch of handling of requests. That's kind of separate, but...
Because you no longer have status. You're no longer tracking status at all. Since we ripped out use effect.
Yeah, and we don't have to track like when for it to recall that API. It basically just handles itself based on these request keys. I'll say in this case, we had to refactor enough that it's roughly probably the same amount of code. The question for you, is it more obvious for you with use query where that data is coming from, or the use effect? Here, I would accept that it's roughly equivalent in terms of clarity. I'll say that it's more robust this way because we get like all the React query goodness that's baked into it. But I think in the fetch breed list instance, or even the details one, this is very clean to me. Right? As opposed to how this would be done with use effect. This is basically one line of where all the information is coming from. Whereas with use effect, you would have to have the entire fetch pet business inside of details. But, I mean, if you're not into it, you're not into it. That's totally fine. You just have to leave now. I'm just kidding. So, head back over. We just did here, uncontrolled forms. We are now down here to 10 uncontrolled forms. And we're going to do class components. Yeah, we're going to do class components. So if you go into our adopt me and you click on one of these pets, it'd be nice if there's like some way to visualize all the photos for all the individual pets, right? So we're going to do that really quick, and I'm going to show you the older way of doing components, which are called class components. I used to teach a lot more class components, and as time has gone by, I teach class components less and less, and now it's kind of a footnote. It used to be very front and center. If you go teach, or if you go take the first version of my class, it's all class components because functional components didn't exist yet. So please create a file called carousel.jsx. Carousel is one of those words that if I look at it too long, it semanticizes and I can no longer spell it because it's like that doesn't look like a word anymore, right? So import component, capital C component from React. We're going to make a thing called class carousel from, or sorry, extends component. Okay. This is going to have a state of active, the active photo that's on the page. If I have 10 photos, by default, the first one will be the active one, the hero one, if you will. We'll give it some default props. So if you don't give it anything, images, pets-images.dev-apis.com/pets/none.jpg. Okay, and then we're going to give it a render function here. A render function is basically like the function body of the components we've been writing so far. Huge key here, no hooks. Class components and hooks do not mix. You either have hooks or you have class components, never both. So const active equals this dot state, const images equals this dot props. So whereas before I had use state to get state, you're going to keep it on this, which is mutable state on the class component. And this dot props, as you might imagine, is what is passed in from the parent component. Okay, and then here we're going to return our markup. Div class name equals carousel. Image source equals images active. Alt equals animal hero. Whatever you want to call that. Div class name equals carousel-smaller, because I was good at CSS classes. Then we're going to do an images.map photo index and this is going to return an image. Key equals photo, because those will always be unique. Source equals photo. Name equals. So if the index is triple equal to the one that is active, then it has an active class, otherwise it has no class. Just like me, has no class. Okay. Alt equals animal thumbnail. Okay. Then down at the bottom, make sure you export default carousel. Let's get this rendering first, and then I'll come back and explain everything that just happened here. So go to the details page, please. I want you to import carousel from carousel. And first component inside div.details. So this one right here, we're going to say carousel with images equals pet.images. So this is what we made. We had the hero image here, right? And then these are all the little thumbnails here. You can see that this first one is a little grayed out because it's the active image, right? The rest of these don't have that. And In a second, we will make it so you can click on the other ones and you can rotate what the hero image is, but we're not there yet. Let's hop back over to Carousel and have a chat about class components. The one absolute must, I guess there's probably two absolute musts. It's got to extend a react.component, which is what this does. The second thing is every class component has a render function. Unexceptionally, must, no two ways about it, it must have a render function. You don't have to return markup or anything like that, but you do have to have it. I guess you have to return something, but it can return null if you really wanted it to. Wouldn't make any sense, but it's possible. Okay. It has this.props, which if you look at details, this.props is how we get images, right? Whereas with the render functions, we got it from, being passed in as the props as like the parameters. Here in a class component, in carousel.jsx, it comes from this.props. So in other words, context in the sense of like this becomes very important in class components. I used to have to like go very into depth when I was teaching React of what React context is and what JavaScript context and things like that is. I don't necessarily have to do that anymore. This.props, just like props that come in from a function, is immutable. I cannot say this.props.images equals blah. Doesn't work. If you want to have default props, that's what static default props is. This is like, hey, if you don't pass anything into the carousel, which let's just see what that looks like. If I delete this, then I get this adopt me like placeholder image, right? Which came from this, right? That's what the default props are for. What's nice about that is now I can just assume that I always have images, whether or not the user provides it to me. Okay, so that's great. There's no hooks, so how do we keep track of state? State, I guess I kind of gave myself away there, right? You keep track of it with state. So state is mutable, right? So I can change state using a function called this.setState. We'll see setState here in just a second because we're going to add some interactivity, but just know that state is how you keep track of like internal state to a component, just basically the same thing that you would use state for. That's what state is for here. And something I haven't shown you yet, but there are things called lifecycle methods. So a lifecycle method is, we used useEffect to make a request by saying something like useEffect, right? And we gave it a empty array which said only run this once at the beginning. If you want something like that for a class component, you would say component did mount. This function will get run once at the beginning of every time that it mounts onto the DOM, and then it never gets run again. If you want to run it every time something updates, there's component did update, right? This will get run every single time that state gets updated. If you want to run something after the component has unmounted, you can say component did will unmount. There it is. There should component update, component did catch. We'll do that one here in just a second. There's a bunch of lifecycle methods here. So useEffect basically combined all of those lifecycle methods down into this useEffect method. With class components, it's broken out into various different functions that describe the lifecycle of a component. I actually really like this. I miss writing React this way, but no one writes it like this anymore. It is occasionally useful. They said it's not deprecated. You can use this forever. It's why I wanted to show you how to write code like this. Some people still like it. Like, you can write code like this. But I would say generally the React world has moved to using hooks most of the time.
How common is it to see a project where some components are class-based and some are using hooks?
Very common. And it certainly depends on how old the project is. If the project is 6 or 7 years old, extremely common, because back then there was no way to write that. I would say these days, if you're doing a greenfield project, I would say most people just always write function components. There's a couple things that still function components can't do. Like, we'll do errors which you can't do any other way. But otherwise, certainly you'll see some here and there. For me, if you're working with me, I'm fine with you using both of these whenever one occurs to you. It's like, this is going to handle this much better than the other one. Like, I don't know, maybe you have something where you have like a really complicated component did mount, and putting that all in effect doesn't make sense to you. Makes a ton of sense to me. I'm very into that you think that that's a good idea. I think there are probably other companies where they would tell you just like, well, just use an effect. So it's taste at that point. Do you have a question, Dustin?
Yeah, I think you just kind of answered it, but it was when should you use a class component over a functional component?
Taste at this point. There's no distinct advantage here. There's some like super fine tuning you can do with performance with a class component that is maybe more difficult to accomplish, because there's a thing called component should update. Component should component update. This function here, where you can get really fine grain of like re-render, don't re-render, right? And if that's important to you, when I'm kind of curious what you're doing, because that would be very specialized, but plausible. There's no way to as well fine-tune this in a class component. Sorry, in a function component. So that's one to keep in mind. Okay, I have one more thing that I want to show you here. So I want you to be able to click on one of these images and have it update the hero image. So I want to add some interactivity to this. So we're going to make a function here to handle index click. And we're going to make this a function. Now, I could just make this a function where I do this, but the problem is, and this is the weirdness that comes with class components, is what this is important. So if I do this handle index click, and I say whenever someone clicks on one of these, so on click, this dot handle index click. So we're going to do a bad accessibility thing right now, and I'm sorry. So we're going to say ESLint disable. Actually, we can do it this way. Just disable that totally. Okay. So I have this handle index click, and if I do just console.log this, what do you think this is? It's a trick question, by the way. I think it's window. Let me check. Console click undefined. So I was wrong. See? I want it to be the component, right? Bunch of ways to handle this. Easiest one is make this an arrow function like that. Now if I go back and do it again, it's the carousel. Why does that work? Well, whenever you do an arrow function, it doesn't create new scope. When you invoke an arrow function, it doesn't create new scope, versus when you have a normal function, whenever you invoke it, it creates a new function, a new scope at the point of invocation. So because this function is invoked as an event listener, it's invoked with no context. Whereas this will capture the scope of wherever it was written. So in this case, it captures it at carousel. Does that make sense? Kind of. It's JavaScript weirdness to really to let you know. Okay, so now that we have the correct scope, we're going to say this, and then we want this to take in the event as well, or E as I've been calling it. This dot set state. Okay, and then we want active to be event dot target dot dataset dot index. Okay, that's not event, we want E rather, E. Okay, and then I don't think we gave this an index yet. Yeah, we didn't. So under the onClick here, give this a data dash index equals index, which comes from here. Okay. There's still a problem with this, but let's talk about what's happening here. So I click on this. This is going to call this function, which is going to take in this event, which I'm then going to call this.setState, which is basically you provided an object and it's going to do an object merge, basically like an object.assign of your current state with whatever you have here. So if I had a second thing here, which is, let's just say name Luna or something like that. If I do this, it's only going to overwrite active. It's going to leave whatever else is there alone, right? Just like object.assign does. Okay, and then it's going to set that the active to be whatever the e.target, which will be this image, right? Data set, which refers to all data dash things on an object. That's a DOM method. Index. What type is index? It's a string. Because everything that comes out of the DOM is a string all the time. Despite the fact that we give it a number here, doesn't matter. It comes back out of the DOM as a string. Because everything that's in the DOM is a string. So this is called a unary plus, which just takes a string and turns it into a number. To prove my point, if I do plus 5, I get the number 5 back. That's what it's doing. It coerces a string to a number. There's other ways to do it. I think this is elegant, so I do it that way. So now active is a number. It's important because we use it here as a number, so it must be a number. So now I think if I click on these, it'll change pictures. So I don't know. What do you think? Do you like these class component or do you like functions?
Miss them. Miss them so much.
There's things to like about both, and if you feel a little conflicted about it, I feel like I've done my job. Now, if you want to get way back, there was a thing called React.create class. That was a very nice API. Because all this stuff that you have to do to like bind this to be the right thing, React.create class used to do that for you. And they got rid of it, and I'm sad about it. Well, they got rid of it because they wanted to lean into this ES6 classes that had just come out. They wanted to lean into the features of JavaScript. So like, well, let's conform to the language. Very reasonable thing for them to say. This was just really nice. That's all. Okay. I'm just going to say it again. You cannot use hooks here. So I cannot say const, like useQuery could not be used here. UseBreedList could not be used here. Class components can't have any of those things. You have to do things like higher order components and things like that. We might get into a tiny bit of that, but let's say we wanted to use breedlist for some reason here. The way that you would do that, and I'm just showing an example, so don't have to copy this. You would say like function carousel parent, and let's say it took in an animal. You would say, okay, const breedlist equals use breedlist animal, right? And then you would just feed that into carousel. So you would return carousel with breedlist equals breedlist. So basically the way you handle that, if you need to use a hook with a class component, is you make a tiny top level parent component, and then here I would export carousel parent, right? What is this? This is just a tiny, tiny little component that then takes something and passes it down to the child, right? Does that make sense? If you're looking at it as like, that's dumb, it's kind of dumb. Yeah, it really is, but this is how you do it. Does that make sense? Okay. So for example, actually we might end up doing this. I don't know if we end up doing it. But if you wanted to use like React Router, I think now only ships hooks, right? So if you want to use a hook in a class component from React Router, you must do it this way. Last questions? Yeah.
So this class component, for the purpose of this course, was just to get us familiar with that concept?
Yes. This absolutely could be written as a function component.
Would you suggest so?
Makes no difference. In this particular case, everything we've written so far has been a function component. There is positively zero reason for us to switch to using a class component, so I would suggest you would use a function component in this particular case. But if like I show up in your code base and this was there, I would not be offended by this. Someone might, but I wouldn't. The next thing that we're about to write, the error boundary, must be written as a class component. It literally cannot do that in a function component, must be written as a class component. So this was kind of to get you used to that idea, and then we're going to hop into an error boundary. We are going to talk about special case React tools. So we're going to be starting here on error boundaries. So regardless of whether or not you want to, sometimes you end up with errors inside of your components. Sometimes this is going to come from things like malformed API responses. That's been the one that I've typically seen the most. But usually it's things from like outside of your control. Maybe it's like user-generated input, right? They're trying to put something in there that causes an error that crashes your app. You can be kind of defensive with that with something called an error boundary. Like a good example of a use for an error boundary is I'm building this entire app, like the entire course website that you see right now. It's built in React, right? It's built in Next.js, which uses React. Next.js has like a error boundary at the top of your app so that it can catch your errors and say like, hey, there was an error inside of your app. Here's how you can fix it. So it's useful for like developer tooling and stuff like that as well. So your app doesn't always need an error boundary, but it's frequently helpful. So I alluded to in the previous lesson that there are some things that function components that cannot do that class components can do, and this is basically mostly it, which is component did catch. It's a lifecycle method that is only available to function components that you cannot do in class components. So we're going to go ahead and build one, and then we're going to wrap, I think, our details route with an error boundary. So we're going to write this code here. I'll be honest with you, this is mostly taken directly from the React docs. And it's not that I'm such a huge thief. It's just that this is basically the only way to do an error boundary, right? So let's pop over to our app here. We're going to create a new file in source, and we're going to call it error boundary.jsx. And we're going to import component from React, and we're going to import link from React Router DOM. We're going to make a class component. You can call it error boundary, and this extends component. So state, we're going to have just one. We're going to call it has error true or false, whatever you want to put there. Probably false, because it doesn't start with one. And you need to create a static method called get derived state from error. Okay. So basically, every time that there's an error, it's going to call this function, and you're just going to give it like, okay, if you encounter an error, this is what I want you to set the new state to be. So in our case, if there's an error, then we want the new state to be has error true, right? So you're just going to return an object. It's basically like calling set state, right? Has error true. So anytime that there is an error, then you want it to have an error, right? I think that tracks. Some of you might be wondering what static means. This is like a ES6 class thing. This is not necessarily a React thing. If you would put a static method on a class, the way that you would call that method would be error boundary dot get derived state, right? So you would actually call the method directly on the class and not necessarily on an instance of the class, right? So you don't have like, this is how you instantiate a class, right? There's no method on here called get derived state from error. Like this one's not real because this is a static method. So the static method you call directly on the class itself. that doesn't make a ton of sense. Don't worry too much about it, but that's the difference between, and that's why we have to have static here. It's because React has to call it directly on the class and not necessarily on an instance of the class. But again, not super important, only if you're curious. Okay, so we have our initial state, we have this get derived states from prop, and now we're going to do a method here called component did catch, which this is a lifecycle method. This accepts error and info, so this is going to be the actual error that it caught, right? And then this is going to be some additional info that React will give you. I just console.error, error boundary component caught an error, whatever you think is going to be a useful error message there with error and info. I'm just doing this to console error, but typically you probably would want to send this to like a track.js or a Sentry or something like that, something that's like some aggregation of error service. This would be a perfect place to like, hey, we're seeing client-side errors here, ship that off to your error tracking software as a service kind of thing, right? Yeah, Mark?
You might have already covered this a bit, but why is this a class component? Since React 18 came out, do we still not have anything for error boundaries and function components?
We do not. You still have to do it this way. There's nothing in function components that allow you to do component did catch. These two methods here are the reason why we have to use a class component, because there is no equivalent in function components. So yeah, good question. This is, as far as I know, the only case where you still absolutely must use a class component. There's other stylistic reasons to choose to do a class component, but this is one you have to use a class component. Okay, so I'll just leave you like a little note here. Typically, you would log this to something like track.js or New Relic or something like that. Okay, and then here we'll put a render function. Again, every component has a render function. You're just going to say if this.state.has error, then we're going to return some error state like UI. So I'm just going to put this in an H2 here of there was an error with this listing. We'll put a little link here, we'll link to just the home page. Click here to go back to the home page. Okay, so if there's an error, display this, give them a link to go back to the home page so it like kind of gracefully fails for them. Otherwise, right there, we just want to return this.props.children, right? If there is no error, we want this to just seamlessly pass through, right? Because we're gonna surround the details route with an error boundary, and we want details to render just normally with no interference if there is no error, and if there is an error, then we want it to show this. That's the idea. Okay, and then we're going to export default error boundary. And that is an error boundary. So let's go make details use this. We're going to go back to details.jsx. We're going to import error boundary from error boundary. Now, the biggest temptation here would be to just wrap this with error boundary like this, right? Don't do that. Why? An error boundary can only catch things in components that are rendered inside of it. So if I put error boundary here, it won't catch any error that happens in details, right? So if I have an issue up here with like is loading or the use query up here, it won't catch that because it's in the same component. We have to have a component that wraps inside of it. So it only catches errors from components that are inside of it. So I know this is a little weird, but the way we're going to do this is we're going to make a function here called details error boundary. And here we're just going to return error boundary, and we're going to put details inside of it. And then we're going to export details boundary here. Yeah. So does this expect any props? It doesn't. So our details page doesn't actually accept any props up here, right? But what is one problem with this? If for whatever reason we started passing in props to details, as of right now, they would get killed right here, right? So, because we're not passing these props into details. So this would be like one of the only cases I'd be okay with you just saying ... props here, using the spread operator here, because details error boundary doesn't care about these props at all. It's meant to be totally seamless and pass these props through seamlessly, right? So this is what I would do here, is basically say, like, I don't care what props are coming in, just go directly through the error boundary and don't care about what's coming in, right? Detail errors boundary is not meant to have an opinion about the props that go into details. Does that make sense why we would do that? Just to be super concrete. And you don't follow me here, I'm just showing you an example here. I have details here. Let's say, for example, I was passing through, I don't know, const important number equals 5. And here I would put important number equals important number. So now I'm passing in this property to details, right? And I go back to details.jsx. If I don't do this, important number will never make it to here, right? Into these props. So I have to make sure that these props are being passed through directly to details. Okay, that's concretely what I'm talking about when I say that. For now, it actually doesn't matter, right, because we're not passing anything through. So if we were doing TypeScript, which you will in intermediate React, you do have to be more thoughtful about it. Okay. So this is now working. This is it for an error boundary. If we go back to details.jsx, if there's any error inside of details or any component rendered inside of details, like carousel, for example, this will get caught at this error boundary. So let's just see an example here. We have carousel here. At the beginning of render here, I'm just going to say throw new error. The dreaded LOL error. So now if I go back to my adopt me page, that was just Next.js rendering a bunch of times. But you can see here there's an error with this listing, and you should go back and so it doesn't crash, right? And now I can click here and it'll go back here. So it's catching this error here. If you look at our console here, you can see error boundary component caught an error. This is because it's calling the component did catch, right? Right, this is the error message that we wrote here. And it's getting the derived state from error, so therefore this is all working the way that we intended. Yeah, question?
And this error boundary is totally reusable, like we could wrap pretty much any component with it that we expected to.
Absolutely. So what I would typically do, we made it very not reusable because it's displaying this message, right? But the way that you could handle this is you could basically make a prop here. So instead of returning this error message, you would return this props error component, right? And now this is just going to display that. And if we go back to details, we would have to provide to our error boundary here error component equals blah, right? And then now this is super reusable, right? This error boundary could be used anywhere because you can put any error message you want in there, right? So yes, very reusable. I'm very much, I think I've mentioned this previously in the class, but I'm very much the person who's like, let's wait until we repeat ourselves a couple times before we abstract, right? So right now this is the only error boundary we have in our app, so I'm totally fine just dumping directly in the message that I want to put here. But if I start using this 2, 3, 4 times, then I'll make it more reusable. But that is a huge temptation with React, something that I see people stumble over all the time, is they want to make all these like very elegant, reusable components for one use case, right? So you're just adding complexity for really no use. So yeah, my invitation is do not do that. Wait till you repeat. I'm usually, again, I say write it twice. On the third time, think about abstracting. Okay, let's remove our error here. Okay, other questions? Anything about errors? Kind of useful. I'll see a lot of people like wrap their entire app, right? So they'll come back to the app.jsx level, and then they'll just like put error boundary here. Makes sense. Like if you just want to like have a generalized, hey, there was an error in the app, we're going to send you back to the home page kind of error. And I'll see people do like very fine granular ones. It just depends on what your app's use case is. Yeah, Mark.
So where would you wrap a specific component versus like higher up the tree in errors?
That's going to be very much to taste. So my personal opinion on it is if I had a component where I expected there to be errors, and like a really good example of that would be like, I used to work on reddit.com, right? And I used to work on like the Reddit redesign. So we had the like authoring what you see, what you get kind of editor, right? Those things just have errors because it's user input. User input is just rife with errors, right? So that'd be a really good use case to like gracefully handle errors incoming from a user. That would be a very specific use case of like, okay, this is user input, this is going to be ripe for errors, this is a really good place for me to try and be very intentional about trying to catch an error. Versus, I don't know, something like my, my site here, right? There's not really going to be much errors on a pretty static course website, right? So in this particular case, I don't have an error boundary on this, by the way. But if I wanted to have one, then I would probably just have one top level one. I mean, it's basically the same logic that goes through your head. It's like, when am I using throw catch? Or rather try catch, not throw catch. You don't use try catch everywhere, right? You use it in specific cases when you think there might be an error. You can think of error boundaries as basically the catch of the React world. Because it literally is. So let me explain to you the dark, dark days of writing React. If I was on this website and I wanted to do a modal, which by the way, objectively modals, terrible user interface. I do not like them. Please stop using them. Now that I've said that, I'm going to show you how to do a modal in React. In the dark, dark days of React, it was really hard to do. Because if I click adopt Luna here and I want it to pop up, are you sure you want to adopt Luna? For many reasons. That dog is a jerk sometimes. But if you want to do some sort of like user confirmation there, think about how you would write that in React. With a modal, you typically want it to be like the topmost element of an application, right? So that the CSS like renders over everything, right? So that it has kind of precedence there. Well, how are we going to do that in React, right? Like just think about our tree here. If we look into the dev tools, inspect, and we go to components, that's kind of a cool trick I just showed you right there. So I can just like right click inspect element here. like here on this particular element, and then if I just go directly to the component one here, it'll actually take me directly to that one. So it's smart enough to say, like, you're highlighting this in the normal Explorer, you go to the component ones, it's going to highlight the same thing in the React tree. Okay, so our carousel is all the way down here, right? How am I going to render something that's above, like, the header? It's deeply nested in here, right? So it gets really tricky really quickly of how to render something above something. To give you a separate example that's not a modal, imagine that I have like a component here, and then like maybe I have some sort of like contextual navigation above here where I show maybe the Adopt Luna button up here in the navigation. How do I render something from in carousel or in the details page to the navigation? It's possible, right? We could just have like top level state in app.jsx, right? And that we could just pass that into details, and we could pass it into header, and then we have to pull all of our state up into app.jsx, which kind of sucks, right? We want that state to live in details because all of that logic could live together, and that would be very nice, right? So that is how we used to have to do it until something called portals came along. Portals basically allow you to render to a different place from within a component, right? So actually what we're going to do here is we're going to go to our index.html, and we're going to put another div right here, and we're going to call it id equals portal, and we're going to put nothing in there for the moment. But now we have this like other place in the DOM where we can like render stuff into, and we can do it from within some deeply nested component, right? And that ends up being really useful sometimes. Or I called it portal here. I think in my notes I actually call it modal, so we're going to call it modal. Whatever you want to call it here, but for the moment let's just call it modal. Okay. Then come in here, make a new file, call it modal.jsx. Okay, and here inside of modal.jsx, I want you to import use effect and use ref. We're going to use another hook here called ref from React. And we're going to import create portal from React-DOM, React-DOM. Okay. Make a function here, call it modal. It's going to take in children, just like our error boundary. This is basically going to mostly seamlessly pass children through if it has children, and if it doesn't have any children, then it's not going to render itself. Okay, we're going to use a ref here, and we're going to say use ref, and by default it's just going to be null. A ref is basically, I have this piece of something, and I need the same thing back every single time, right? So I'm going to create a div, and I want to have the same div back every time. Whereas if I'm creating the div anew every single time, I'm getting a different div on every render, right? And I'm going to render into that div, which is going to be our modal. So bear with me for a second. I know that's a little abstract. You're going to say if I have no lref.current, then create one. lref.current equals document.create element div. You can think of basically an lref or a ref as a container to give yourself back the same thing every single time. That is the point of a ref. So here, in this lref.current, it's always going to be the same div that I create here, and it's going to create this div once, because I want the same div on every single re-render of this. And now that I have this handle on this div, I can attach it to the DOM, I can detach it from the DOM, and I'm always operating on the same div. Okay, here now I'm going to use a use effect. I'm going to say const modal root equals document, oh, don't do that, document get element by ID modal, that's the one that we just put into our index.html, right? Modal root dot append child lref dot current, and then so basically, and then at the end of this we're going to we only want this to happen once, right? We don't want it to keep appending itself over and over again. And then lastly here, we're going to return create portal. I'm going to wrap this in a div. You might ask, why aren't we just passing children directly through? Which you totally could, right? I don't need a div here for technical reasons, right? You can just say children. But we are going to put a div here around children because my CSS classes require it. So it's purely for styling purposes, not because we actually needed it. And then we're going to pass it into lref.current. And then down here at the bottom, export default modal. Really close. Oh, why? You're mad about this because then you need an equal sign. Okay. We have one problem here, and it's on this line. Whenever this is finished, whenever because I'm going to render a modal, do you want to adopt this pet? And then after it's done, they click yes or no. We need to get rid of the modal, right? It needs to go away. So we need some sort of cleanup to happen afterwards. If you're using a class component, you would use component will unmount, right? Because like a component's about to exit the DOM, you want to run that method. How do you do component will unmount in a function component? It's kind of a weird shape of an API, but what you do is in this effect here, we're going to return a function that modal root dot remove child lref dot current. So whenever you return an effect, or basically return anything in an effect, it will run this whenever the component will unmount. It's kind of weird, but this is how you do component will unmount. Anything that you return in an effect will be run after a component has been unmounted from the DOM. So in this particular, or it's not has been, it's will be, right? It does it before it totally unmounts. So here we are now removing the child at the end of it, which is important to do. Otherwise, we're going to get like infinite divs just being left inside of this this portal, this modal. Does that make sense? Cool. So yeah, the reasons I typically end up doing something like this is either to remove something from the DOM, which we've done here, to remove event listeners. If you're doing some sort of like external event listening, you would have to go in here and you have to remove an event listener. That would happen here. If you're like stopping a timer, if you're doing like something like a set timeout or a request animation frame, or what's the other one I'm thinking of? Set interval. Yeah, set interval, right? You would cancel the interval here. Last thing I can kind of think of is on some rare, unfortunate occasion, you have to have like a React component wrap like a jQuery component. Any sort of cleanup that you would have to do there, that would happen here as well. Those are kind of reasons why you would end up doing something like this. Cool. So, any questions about what we've done here in modal.jsx? I purposely structured this a little bit so that it's easier to do with TypeScript later. It's like creating the modal root in here and all that kind of stuff. You absolutely could just create this once outside here, like this. That absolutely would work, but it makes the TypeScript really ugly. So I just do it inside of the modal root, because there's no reason to do it here as well, or no reason not to do it here as well. Okay, awesome. Oh, yeah. Another question that one might ask here, why don't I just have const lref equals useRef like this? Why don't I do it this way? How many times is modal going to get run, like as a function? A lot. Potentially. Potentially it could be run a lot. Now, if I provide it here, it's basically just saying this is the default, and then after that, you can ignore it, right? The problem is even though I'm not using it over and over again, this document.createElement is still going to get called, and it's just going to throw away the result. Anything that you say document.something, it's just slow by default, and all DOM APIs, you need to question like how fast is this, right? So I'm typically not one for performance things like that, right? But in this particular case, churning through arbitrarily created divs that you're throwing away, not a good use of your CPU time. Whereas you can do something like this, right?
Could you not replace the document.getElement by ID modal with a useRef for it as well?
Could you put a ref here and have that reference to the modal? You could. There's just no reason that you would need to. Because this use effect is only going to get run once. So I don't need to keep track of it between renders. I just need it inside of the use effect, and that's it. The only reason why I do it here is because I'm creating a div that eventually I'm going to remove. Why do we do it this way, by the way? We could totally just reuse the same div over and over and over again. We do it this way because in theory, you could have multiple modals going on, in which case I have lots of questions for you. But this makes it a little bit more reusable because it's a self-contained, starts up and cleans itself up kind of sort of situation here. It's not totally reusable in that aspect because we're always rendering into modal, so it really isn't reusable. But here, the way you would solve that is you would just have like props.target or something like that, and then you would have a target in here. Or yeah, just target. And then you really could have multiple modals, which good luck with your CSS. So let's go to details.jsx, and we are going to use this now. So up here at the top, we're going to import some useState from React. I was like having React at the top. I don't know why. That's just force of habit, I suppose. And then under here, I'll put like import modal from modal. Cool. Here, I'm going to have const show modal, and then set show modal to useState, and we do not want it to show by default, so I'm going to say false. And then here on my button, I'm going to have an onClick equals set show modal to be true. So anytime someone clicks the adopt pet name button from inside our component, it's going to show the modal, right? And then now here's kind of we can put this modal really anywhere because it doesn't really matter. So we'll just put it here underneath the pet description. I'm going to say if show modal then we're going to display this modal, and here we'll have a div and an h1 of would you like to adopt pet.name, And then we'll have a div, class name equals buttons. And we'll have a button say yes. And a button to say, and we'll put an onClick on this as well to close the show modal. So onClick, show set, so set show modal to false, no. Okay, so if show modal is true, show the modal with all that stuff in it. Otherwise, show them null, right? You can always render null, which rendering null just does nothing, right? This is a ternary. We've done this, I think, already in this class, but basically, if this is true, do the first thing, otherwise do the thing after it. So if it's true, show the modal with all this stuff in it. If show modal is false, then render nothing. All right, let's go make sure that I'm telling the truth here. If I click Adopt Luna, and I get this nice modal here, right? And I'll click No, and it'll go away. So click this, and then let's inspect element here. I have modal here, and notice this is above root, this is above our app, so it's rendering to a different part of the application, right? It's rendering above root, which made writing the CSS for this extremely easy, right? This is the power of Portal. This makes a lot of things like contextual navigation and writing modals and stuff like that much easier. Cool. Other things I think are cool about this. So I'm rendering this modal. It's rendering inside of this React application, right? And I'm using things like setShowModal and pet.name. So I'm using all of the state from inside of this to render somewhere else, which you wouldn't be able to do otherwise, right? It'd be much harder for us to do this without a portal. We'd have to pull all of our pet state out to app.jsx to be able to handle that otherwise, which would be really hard. Last thing, which is kind of a interesting sort of feature of this, because this is going through the React Virtual DOM, and the React Virtual DOM is different than the normal DOM, right? Because this is nested inside of here, inside of the React Virtual DOM, whereas it's not inside of the normal DOM. I can actually put an event listener up here and catch events bubbling from here. Let me just make sure that I'm not telling you sweet lies. Yeah, this is getting mad for accessibility reasons. Yeah, which is absolutely correct. You should not put an onClick on a div. It's a bad idea. Right? Which is wild to me, right? So I'm clicking on a modal, right? So this is rendering on a different part of the page, and yet I'm clicking here, and it's calling the onClick from a different part of the DOM. I don't know why you would want to do this, but I do think it is cool, right? Okay. Any questions about modals or portals or refs? We'll talk more about refs in intermediate React, so don't worry so much about that, but in general with refs, if you have something that you need to have the exact same thing every single time that you're using it, the ref is the way to keep track of that over time. And generally, usually has something to do with DOM elements, right? Because you want to have access to a specific DOM element. Refs are useful for that. Anything else? Cool. I think portals are extremely useful because I used to have to write modals and stuff the old way.
How do you pass the button click info back to the parent? Like which button was clicked?
Sure. So we were in here. I have two buttons here, or even here. I think that's probably, well, let's do buttons because that's what we were talking about. Let's say we wanted to have an onClick on here on this div, or this one here. OnClick equals This is just a normal, you can treat it like a normal DOM event. So you can just say console.log e.currentTarget. Well, just e.currentTarget will be fine, right? And now if I click on this, console, I save this, refresh again, adopt Luna, or I guess this would be target then, huh? All right, let's try that one more time. I'm trying to remember exactly the way that you would do this. All right, let's just log the E. Anyway, it's going to be on the event itself. So you can see this is a synthetic base event, so it's a fake event coming from React. Oh, and I forgot about this. So whenever you're doing things like logging out events and stuff like that, it'll zero it out for you because it doesn't want to hold on to references for you, which can be annoying, and Chrome lazily evaluates those display things. Anyway, div buttons, view, React name, onClick, target. So you, in other words, you would just introspect the event. If you were doing it at some like higher level than that. But a much easier way of handling that would be just have different onClicks here, right? So onClick here equals and now if I click yes here, it's going to say yes, or if I click no, then it's going to close it, right? So you would just have different onClicks for every event on there. So that's probably the easiest way to do that. So context. Right now we've been looking at a lot of like very local state, right? Like an example of local state here would be, do I show the modal? Do I not show the modal? That's really only important to the details page. Or in other words, if I'm on the search params page, I don't need to know if there, like I don't need to have this show modal available anywhere but being inside of details, right? So local state, apps, or a UI state would be another term for that. But sometimes we have things that like is global app level state. And the easiest example of that, if I had like a user that was logged in, right? Every page cares about which user is logged in. That would be like app level state. So there's a bunch of ways that you can handle that. You do not have to use context or Redux or MobX or any of those things. I literally could just go to app.jsx and I could just say const user or user set user equals use state null. And then whenever a user logs in, I would just track that under here, right? And then I would just pass it in from here. So I would say user equals user and user equals user. Boom, now suddenly everyone has access to the user all the time. Awesome, done, right? And if my app was this big, very valid that I would do it this way, right? But now imagine I have 40 different pages and 39 of them care about what user it is. The other one's the about page. Maybe the about page cares, I don't know. Maybe you have like a really cool customized about page, in which case you probably have too much time on your hands, that's my opinion. Anyway, context. This is where context becomes extremely useful to you, right? Context is going to be this like app level generalized state. Now, this is literally the last lesson in the Intro to React. I intentionally put this last because I really don't want you to heavily-handedly apply this to everything, because that's kind of the temptation. It's like, oh, I have state. Let's make state available everywhere. Bad idea. You really want to be judicious of where state goes, and one of the benefits of React is how explicit data flows in your app, right? If I have information that's in details, I want to be able to find where it came from, right? And kind of trace where that goes. As soon as you start introducing context into your app, you get this indirection. You have state that comes from somewhere that it's kind of hard to follow where it came from. So you're getting this general availability of it, which makes it easy to use, but what you're trading off on is that it becomes difficult to find where it came from and how it was modified and where the bugs are. So in other words, context is a very specific tool. I need you to have a specific reason to use it. So something like a user where literally every page cares about it and passing it around becomes impractical, that is a valid use case for context. You should use context in there. But I don't know, if you have 2 pages that care about the theme, I don't know, something like that, right? Just pass it around like normal state with using props and children and stuff like that, right? So that's my pitch to you. Now I'm going to show you how to do it, and I'm going to ask you to be judicious about how you apply it, because I might be your future coworker and I will be upset. Okay. So basically what I want to do is I want to have like if I click here on Luna, I click yes, I want to be able to show that to users on my Adopt Me page, right? I want to show them like a little picture here of the pet I'm about to adopt. That's the context that we're going to use here. So first things, pop over and make a file called adopted pet context. And this can be .js, .jsx, because we're not going to have any JSX in it. I'm just going to do .js. I'm going to import, create context from React, const adopted pet context equals create context, export default adopted pet context. So you can come in here and give it like a default value. Typically you don't want to have default context, but if you did, this is where you would do it, right? Like maybe you have like an array of, like a cart, right? Like an array of items. By all means, put an empty array there. That makes some sense. And we'll have to do this with TypeScript. TypeScript is going to make you have a default value, but for now, we're not going to do it. I'll show you in a second, but basically, you'll never have a default value for your context, or you shouldn't. OK. So let's go to app.jsx and make use of it. You've already been using context because you've been using browser router and query client provider here. These are both using context under the hood, just so you know. That's the entire purpose of these things, is to provide context to things underneath them. OK, up here, I want you to import state, or rather use state, from React. And then somewhere under here, you're going to import adopted pet context from adopted pet context. OK, up here, we're going to say const adopted pet equals use state null. OK. And then somewhere in here, we'll just do it under the query client provider. We're going to have adopted pet context.provider. And the value is going to be equal to adopted pet. OK, and then just wrap everything inside of that with that. And there we go. What this is doing is it's now making this adopted pet available to any consumer of adopted pet context inside of it. So now details has it available, search parent has it available, and they can both use them whenever they want. Hopefully you're seeing there's some indirection to this, right? I now have this adopted pet, which is going into details and going into search params, but the data flow here is no longer explicit, right? Explicit would be saying adopted pet equals adopted pet, right? But we're not doing that anymore. Okay. And notice we're just passing the whole hook here. We're using a hook together with context. You don't have to. You can basically think of this provider on context as like a wormhole, right? So I can dump stuff out of it, and then later I can go to another part of my app and I can pull stuff out of the wormhole, and what happens in the middle is anyone's guess, right? So I'm putting a hook into this, but it could be an object, it could be a number, it could be a string. It doesn't care what type is going into it. It's a method of transportation, and that's it. Yeah, question?
Is the context read-only for the child components, like props?
It's not. No, it's not read-only. So notice that here I'm passing the whole hook, right? Normally it'd be adopted pet and set adopted pet, right? Because that's how hooks work. I am passing the whole dang hook in there, right? Which means that both of these now have access to the value and the method to update the value. So it is read and write. The context provider doesn't care. Now it is read-only in the sense if I can't just say like provider.value equal blah, right? It's always going to be whatever this hook is, but the reason why I'm passing the whole hook into it is so that I'll have that set adopted pet value, which we're going to call from details. So speaking of which, let's go to details.jsx. At the top, we're going to import as well from React. We're going to say use context. From React Router DOM, we're going to get use navigate. And then we're also going to import adopted pet context from adopted pet context. Great. Okay, up here, we're going to say const underscore. Let's do this first. Const navigate equals use navigate. This is a function that we're getting from React Router DOM. Navigate is just a function to programmatically reroute someone somewhere, right? So we're going to call navigate to route someone back to the home page, right? So if you click, yes, I want to adopt Luna, it's going to take you back to the home page. Navigate is the function that's going to allow you to do that programmatically as opposed to a user clicking on a button, right? Okay. And then here we're going to say const, and here I don't actually care about reading from the adopted pet. I only care about writing to it. So I'm just going to put underscore here to signify to future self, I don't care what this is, right? And I only care about use or set adopted pet equals use context with adopted pet context passed into there. Now, this is going to give me some ESLint errors because it doesn't like this. Well, we'll fix that here in a second. So down here on yes, on click, we're going to run a function, and inside of that function we're going to set adopted pet to be pet, and we're going to navigate to slash. Set adopted pet, right? Because if they click yes, I want to adopt it, we want to set the current pet, whatever the pet is, as the adopted pet in context. And then we'll navigate them back to the home page because we want to get them off the details page to acknowledge, yes, you did it, congratulations. So one more thing here. We have this ESLint error. It's like, hey, you're declaring this but not using it, which is intentional, right? I'm intentionally declaring it and not using it. You can either go set ESLint to say like, hey, if anything's just called underscore, ignore it, which is probably what I would typically do. Or I'm just going to click this and say disable a no unused var for this line. So it'll generate that comment for me, which ignores that line. Totally up to you how you want to do it. Since I'm just going to do it once here, I'm just going to ignore this with this comment. Or you could totally, call this a hook and then use index 1. Yeah.
As far as using context, would we separate them into like separate contexts with a bigger app, or would you kind of snowball it into like one giant context that's shared amongst the app?
Sure. No, that's a really good question. Both are valid. If you're going to snowball it into like a big store, right, is what we'd call it at that point, you've basically recreated Redux at some point, right? At which point, maybe just use Redux, right? Because that's exactly what Redux is supposed to be. But I have seen people basically come in here where it's app.jsx. We haven't talked about it. We'll talk about it in intermediate React, but there's another hook called use reducer, which is basically Redux-esque, right? And then you can use reducer in context with context, right? And then you have basically created like Redux Lite using React State. That's how I would do that if you wanted to do it that way and you didn't want to use Redux. Not going to talk about how to use reducer. We're just hop into intermediate React v5 and we'll talk about it. But for now, I wouldn't do that. That's totally valid. I don't ever do that. I'm either on the side of like, I'm going to use some very lightweight context, or I'm going to use Redux, and I don't see the middle ground of when I would want to do that. But I accept that someone could, right? I think it's a valid choice to make. So me personally, I am going to use context for like little bits of state like this. And if I start having too much app state, then I move into a more robust solution like Redux Toolkit. Hopefully that's sufficiently nuanced. Okay. So we are now writing to our context, but we are not reading from our context. So I need you to hop over to searchparams.jsx.
Before we get into it, can we do one more question?
Sure.
Where is the set adopted pet coming from? Doesn't look like we're passing it from the app. We just have adopted pet equals use state.
Yes. So remember how use state usually looks, right? Typically I'm doing something like, let's say, theme and set theme equals use state, like this, right? And this is like a dark mode or something like that, right? It's an array of two things, right? Here, I'm not destructuring like I am here. This is an array of two things. So adopted pet is a whole hook. If this makes you feel better, we can actually just call it adopted pet hook. So this is an array of two things. If I mouse over it, you'll actually see the type, right? Where it's a dispatch function and some amount of state. So it's coming from this, in other words. It is there. This is an array of two things. And then if you go down, or if you go into details.jsx, here we are destructuring the two-item array. So let us go read from state in search params. Okay, so at the top we have use state here. Please import as well use context again. And we're going to import adopted pet context from adopted pet context. Here we're going to say const adopted pet equals use context adopted pet context. So again, this is an array of two things. This does have a dispatch function here, so it does have set adopted pet as well coming in, but I don't need it, right? You can put in another underscore here to just signify I'm not going to write to this, or in my case, I just omit it because I don't need it, right? So now this is going to be reading from the adopted pet context, and here this is going to be whatever the adopted pet is. Okay, and then here, just inside the form, I'm going to put one of these ternaries here. So if I have an adopted pet, I'm going to display div class name equals pet image container, like that. And then I'm going to have an image source equals adopted pet.images 0 and an alt of adopted pet.name. Okay, and then otherwise display nothing because you haven't adopted a pet. Right? So otherwise it'll display nothing because null means display nothing, right? If we have a pet, display all of this, or like if we've displayed, or if we've adopted a pet. If we haven't, then display nothing. So now if we go over to our app, notice that there's nothing here. If I come here, click to Luna, and I say adopt Luna, yes, now I have Luna right there, right? Or if I come down here to Beam, and I say adopt Beam, and I click yes, now Beam is up there. So that is how context works. Hopefully you're seeing like this is useful because now I can read anywhere that I can inside of, which is, for me is my entire app, right? This adopted pet context. Anywhere inside of my entire application, I can read and write to this context. But I'm hoping you also see the danger of like, imagine you're just like looking at this and you're like, where does this context come from, right? There's indirection. And if there's one thing that I don't like is it's indirection and magic and all those things when it comes to code. I like it being very explicit so I can read where stuff is coming from, where it's going, how it's modified. It just makes debugging and reading and understanding your application easier if that's the case. So please understand the trade-off. Only use it here when you want to, when you need to. And if you start getting into having lots and lots of context in your application, consider using something like Redux or MobX or something like that. This concludes our complete intro to React. You now know probably 85% of everything that React can do, and I'm going to say you know 99.99% of what is useful about React. Everything that I didn't talk about in React so far is really very edge case, and frequently they are very much for Facebook's use case and not for your use case. I guess that's something to keep in mind with React just in general is React is made by Facebook. It's made by Facebook for Facebook.com. Most of us don't have Facebook problems, right? Even when I worked at Netflix, giant application, lots of app state, we still didn't have Facebook's problems. Facebook has very peculiar and interesting problems, and React solves some of these like very elegantly. So for some of us, some of these like transitions and stuff that I didn't talk about, it's gonna be very useful for them, but for stuff like transitions, I've never personally had to put them in an application, right? So we do talk about all that stuff in the intermediate React v5. So if you've finished watching this course and you're here, I invite you to watch intermediate v5. There's lots of goodness and interesting things in there so that when you do need to use those kind of tools, we talk about it and you'll know exactly what you need. I'm just going to give you some suggestions of where to go now with your learning. The first one is obviously take the intermediate course. I wrote that as a companion to this one. We actually take this application and we further build on top of it. We put things like TypeScript in there. We put Redux. I talk about transitions. I talk about some of the hooks that we didn't use. Lots of goodness things. Talk about testing, Tailwind, other things like that. One of the things that we didn't do here is there's more results, right? So if you look at the results here in your network tab, you can see that this is actually giving response. It gives you 0 through 9, but you can see that there's 63 results here. So one of the things you could do here is go through and paginate the results. So another thing you could do is you could use a real API. Previous versions of this course actually used to teach with the actual real Pet Finder API. There's actually people that adopted pets because of this course, which I'm pretty happy about. But they kind of asked me to stop because there was a lot of people generating keys for this, and it's heavy on their API. But you can go in here and you can hook up our application to the real Pet Finder API, and you can see real pets, which I think is pretty rewarding. Totally free. They're very happy about it. They even have like a JavaScript SDK here that you can go and use. So go ahead and give that a shot. I think that's really cool. This is what like an example responses. So they have a lot of stuff in here. They have names. They have lots of images. They have like links to actually go and really adopt the pet. Something you can do now is you can deploy your code. I left some places where you can deploy that: Netlify, Vercel, Azure Static Web Apps, Firebase, or Amplify, all very valid places. Fly, Render, there's a bunch of them. We didn't do themes, so maybe go make a dark mode, right? And you could use context to make a dark mode. That'd be another good reason. Add a nav bar. This is pretty bare bones navigation. That'd be another good way to kind of just flex your React skills. We used Vite, but you might try something like Parcel or Snowpack, or maybe use ESBuild directly as opposed to Vite is using ESBuild for you. Or something else. If you do, let me know. Share me either like a link to like a CodePen or a GitHub repo. I'd love to see what you're doing. Feel free to tweet at me. Thanks everyone. Thanks for sticking with me, and hopefully you enjoyed the course.